logical, physical, and professional dimensions. And then she emphasized that we should pay attention to our emotions so that we identify that point at which we should not cross the red line. Then in the afternoon, we had CPA Hilary Onami, the Director of Policy and Research from ISPAC. ISPAC is one of our sponsors, who made a presentation on ISPAC's role in policy and research and how it anchors in leadership, innovation, and sustainability. The key takeaways from CPA Hilary's presentation were that we are in the fourth revolution, which is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and the biological spheres. And that this revolution has got ramifications. For example, future researchers will find it difficult to track the new economy. Then what do we do? According to him, we should develop a new talent and a leadership model by reskilling and upskilling the existing human resource for potential disruptions. And that is what Sobarc 3 is about. Then after Hilary Onami's, CPA Hilary Onami's presentation, we had a very interactive and I think very engaging, mind-provoking presentation by Professor Herman Ndofo from Kelley School of Business, Indiana University in the USA, who made a presentation on bridging the widening gap between theory and practice. And I think the difference that Professor Ndofo brought is that he started his presentation with a metaphor of a lost angel. And the takeaways from Professor Herman Ndofo's presentation was that business education has continued to move from an apprentice-based system to a science-based system domiciled in universities, what he called silos, which has created knowledge creation and transfer gaps. So universities in Africa are producing policy solutions that make no sense by using foreign theories, and then he said that we should rethink that. And then African universities should seek more opportunities for practitioner stroke academia interaction so as to conduct research driven by local problems. After Professor Ndovo's presentation, we had a first paper presentation by our own Professor Reshon Mushiri and others, who made a presentation on entrepreneurship education in Kenya, a problem of design and implementation. The key takeaways from this presentation were that entrepreneurial education programs in education institutions in Kenya specifically have not met needs and aspirations of clients and stakeholders, and that this entrepreneurship education should not be standalone discipline, that should be integrated in all programs so that we make graduates who are entrepreneurs. And then we need to decolonize the EE education and reimagine it, reconfigure it, reshape it, and reform it. Then we had the last presentation from Professor Joseph Lukunze from Northwest University Business School, that is in South Africa, on environmental social governance, that is ESG. And the takeaways from this presentation were that ESG reporting is an essential aspect for emerging economies, especially those in Africa. And then there are a number of opportunities that come with ESG, especially for companies seeking to stand out in the global business environment. And lastly, that challenges of ESG include lack of understandability of what is reported. So up to there, I want to thank you and honestly and warmly welcome you to day 2 of Sobarc 3. At this juncture, I want to welcome our Dean, Dr. Edward Owino, to pick up from there. Karibuni.
Good morning once more, delegates. Our chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaiah Wakindiki, the university leadership, and all of us watching from wherever you are, good morning once more. My name is Dr. Edward Owino. I'm the Dean, School of Business at KCAU University and the convener of the School of Business Annual Research Conference, Sobarc 3. I want to take this opportunity to once more welcome you to today's session. I'm certain this will be the heat of it all, because this is the day when we'll see the academics now present their academic understanding from their research perspectives, while the industry brings their industry expertise, and then the fusion will take place. I'm here to introduce our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance, Planning and Development, Professor Damiana Kieti. She is a tourism expert. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Tourism Management from Moi University. Professor Damiana holds a Master's in Science in Service Management from Hogeschool Noord in the Netherlands. Our speaker holds a Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management from Moi University. And above all, she has managed to be in the university sector for the last 20 years, offering service in the form of teaching, amongst others. Professor Kieti is the founder of African Journal of Tourism and Hospitality, a widely published journal in leading media and all over the world. She has, during the tenure of her career, supervised over 12 PhD students to graduation and has widespread publications in high-end journals, not to mention book chapters in which she has immensely contributed to the dissemination of knowledge. Her research interest revolves around tourism planning and development. Her profile is checkered and endless. Because of time, I'll only leave it at that. You can Google her and read more about Professor Damiana Kieti. Welcome, Professor.
To the VC and CEO of KCAU University, Professor Isaiah Wakindiki, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academics and Student Affairs, Professor Joshua Bagakas, DVC in charge of Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onyera, invited guests, keynote speakers, presenters, moderators and rapporteurs, deans of schools, faculty, members of staff and students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the KCAU University management, staff, students, and indeed on my own behalf, I am warmly welcoming you all to the second day of this virtual School of Business Annual Research Conference. Just like the first day, which was yesterday, today is packed with presentations and conversations by renowned professionals and academicians. And I have no doubt in my mind that each participant will learn something new from our today's presentation, and that is the essence of academic discourse and discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the business world is facing several challenges, ranging from risks of inflation, competition, financing, and many others, which provide schools of businesses around the world a rainbow of opportunities to be relevant in providing solutions that enhance resilience to such challenges. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, in this year's theme for this particular conference is in itself encompassing multiple areas of major concerns and growing interests, such as innovations, leadership, sustainability, recovery strategies, of course, from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, and also the need of the universities to invest in technology. And consequently, this particular conference has brought in professionals and academicians from diverse backgrounds who will offer contribution based on their prior experiences and discussions on topical issues in new and emerging areas. Ladies and gentlemen, even though this conference is held virtually, the impact and engagement meets the intended purpose. And of course, is a true testimony of the ability of KCAU University to host such an event, and its ability to demonstrate to the world out there of its ability of the human capital, technology, and other resources within the university. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the global arena, leaving no one behind has been a key objective and a top priority of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Consequently, as a university, we are not leaving anyone behind, and hence the inclusion of all the stakeholders present in this forum. Of course, you've heard the diverse number of nationalities represented in this forum, including the number of participants engaging in this particular conference. And that is a clear testimony that we are leaving no one behind as we move forward and as we try to get solutions to the challenges facing the world and the society at large. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express a sincere thank you to our sponsors, the ISPAC, KCB, Madison, Minister of Education, county governments, who have partnered with us to ensure that this particular conference is a successful conference. Of course, we know a conference of such magnitude requires lots of funding, and we thank them for coming in to support this. And we assure you that through research, KCAU University, and among other universities, and this Sobarc 3 forms an important forum which will enable researchers to sharpen and share research ideas, findings, and expertise locally, regionally, and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come towards the end of my opening remarks for this day 2 of the conference, allow me commend the School of Business at KCAU University and those who are in the organizing committee for the work well done. We assure you as the university management, we are committed to supporting conferences and workshops in its endeavor to spearhead new thinking and innovations. And with this guarantee, we expect to see more and more research and projects being rolled out, not only from the School of Business, but across the KCAU University schools. Once again, may I welcome you warmly to the conference and wish you the very best in the presentation and conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks, Professor Damiana Kieti. We appreciate your presence and creating time to be with us this day. We continue with our program. Remember, our theme is Everything Rises and Falls on Leadership, Innovation, and Sustainability. And I just want to give you one quote. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. That is by John Maxwell. And KCAU is leading the way and showing the way. So join us as we continue to show the way and lead. At this juncture, I want to welcome Margaret Dinga, who is going to take up the Business Gurus Roundtable. The rapporteur is going to be Rispa Kamonyi, so everyone is welcome to listen to this very great debate. Margaret Dinga is our pioneer principal at our Kitengela campus. He was the first principal in that campus, so we really acknowledge Margaret for that. He's also a tax don. He's a renowned tax lecturer and tax don in this region. He's also a management accounting expert, and so he has a wealth of knowledge in those areas, and therefore he's a very, very able person who is going to take up this responsibility. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome Margaret Dinga to take up the next session, which is chairing the Business Gurus Roundtable. So Margaret Dinga, welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bunyasi, for that introduction. Yes, I think I want to just focus all our delegates to the theme. It has been said quite a lot, that everything rises and falls on leadership. And I want to submit that good leaders will innovate, good leaders will transform, and good leaders will embed sustainability in all the programs or projects that they undertake. Yeah, so I'm going to take you through the moderation for the event of today, for this session, for the business gurus. And I'm going to be assisted by a rapporteur by the name Rispa Kamonyi. Rispa Kamonyi is a faculty member in the School of Business. Yeah, so right away, I want to introduce the panel of eminent personalities that are going to grace this occasion. In this panel discussion, these are people of considerable distinction in their sphere of expertise in business and leadership generally. So I would want to start off with the FCPA Gidi Mburu. FCPA Gidi Mburu is a former Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority. He has over 25 years of experience in strategy formulation and implementation in the areas of public policy, tax administration, audit, finance, as well as in the management of intelligence and complex tax crime investigations. He is accredited for propelling the growth in domestic revenue from 1.5 trillion in the year 2018-2019 fiscal year to 2.03 trillion in the year 2021-2022, achieving the highest ever annual revenue growth of 21.7% in the history of the Kenya Revenue Authority. At the international stage, he served as the first chairperson of the Africa Initiative under the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes for a period of 2 years from December 2020 to December 2022. He also served as a member of the Governing Council of the Africa Tax Administration Forum, that is ATAF, for a period of 2 years from November 2020. He is a recipient of 2 prestigious awards, the Chief of the Order of the Burning Spear, CBS, and the Moran Order of the Golden Heart, all for his distinguished service to the nation of Kenya. FCP Mburu, it holds an MSc in Public Policy and Analysis from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and a graduate of Commerce, that is BCom Accounting, from Kenyatta University, Kenya. He is a fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. He is also an alumnus of the OECD, that is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, International Academy of Tax and Financial Crimes Investigation, and the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administration Leadership Program. That is our first panelist, and if he's in the house, he can just say hi before I move to the next panelist. Over to you, Mr. Mburu.
Thank you very much, moderator, for the elaborate introduction. Thank you very much indeed, and good morning all. I'm here and ready to debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So I take you over to the second panelist, Mr. Hosea Kili. Mr. Hosea Kili is the Group Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of CPF Financial Services Limited. He has over 20 years of experience in leadership and governance. He has served as chairman of the East Central Africa Social Security Association. He has served as chairman of the Institutional Consultants Limited. He is currently the chairman of the Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators of Kenya, APTAC. He is also a recipient of the Order of the Grand Warrior, OGW, which is an award presented to individuals in recognition of an outstanding service rendered to the Kenya government in different responsibilities and capacities. So over to you, Mr. Hosea. You can unmute your video and greet the delegates.
Good morning, delegates. I am happy to be here and ready to engage with our other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third panelist is Dr. Amit Thacker. Amit Thacker is the founder and group CEO of Avenue Hospital. He is also the chairman of the African Healthcare Federation and Africa Health Business. Dr. Amit Thacker is a medical doctor, a visionary entrepreneur, industry captain, and groundbreaking pioneer of the integration program of the private sector within the health system in Africa. He is also a director with Amre Flying Doctors Kenya and 7 Seas Technologies. Dr. Thacker is a holder of an Executive Master of Business Administration degree from National Insurance Academy of India and a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Nairobi. In the year 2017, he was the recipient of the Best CEO Award by Titans Global in the Business and Professional Services category. And in the year 2004, he was the recipient of the Chairman's Award by the Kenya Medical Association. And in the year 1999, Best Male Entrepreneur of the Year Award by the Rotary International. Yes, join me in welcoming Dr. Amit Thacker to just say hi to the delegates. Over to you, Mr. Thacker.
Hello, everybody, and looking forward to the session this morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. The next is Ms. Fiona Asonga. Ms. Fiona Asonga is the CEO of Technology Service Providers of Kenya, TESPOC, which is a non-governmental, not-for-profit organization that operates the Kenya Internet Exchange Point and Industry Computer Security Incident Response Team. She has over 16 years of experience working in the ICT sector in Kenya, 10 of which have been spent at TESPOC as a liaison person for the private sector with governments in the East African region on ICT policy and regulation. In 2018, She developed a training program on collaborative governance under the Internet Society that was run at the United States Telecommunication Training Institute, USTTI, in Washington, D.C. She was one of the only 3 African representatives on the Number Resource Organization involved in coordinating numbering resource issues across the 5 regional Internet registries. She was a member of the Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, which was involved in coordinating the development of global numbering resource policy. She is a keen advocate of ICT for development and multi-stakeholder engagement for digital development, and has been appointed in the year 2022 as part of the Executive Council of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. Over to you, Mrs. Fiona. Say hi to the delegates.
Morning, everybody. I look forward to having a very vibrant conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last but not least is Dr. Naomi Kagone. Dr. Naomi Kagone is currently the CEO of Poise Business Development Consulting. She is also the director of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Murang'a chapter. Murang'a is a county in Kenya. Kagone holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Entrepreneurship from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. She has a Master's of Science degree from JKUAT, that is Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and a bachelor's degree in education from Kenyatta University. Over to you, Dr. Naomi. Say hi to the delegates. So I suspect there could be connectivity issues with Dr. Naomi. So right away, I want us to go to our discussion. But before we set off on the discussion for the day, I would want to welcome, because our issue here is how the perspective of the business gurus in the house, the 5 panelists, their perspective on the interaction between the industry and the institutions of higher learning. What are their thoughts on how innovations can be moved from the areas where they are developed in academia to have them transformed into businesses that are going to change the way industry operates. Yeah, so I would want to take the first opportunity here to invite each of these business gurus, each of these eminent leaders, to give us their story. How did it happen? The business gurus. I would start off with the FCPA Gidi. Please, in your introduction, give us your journey, because no one wakes up one morning and gets to the level of achievement to be considered a business guru in the region. So tell us something that is going to inspire not just our participants, but even our students who are still somewhere in their studies in the universities or other institutions of Ireland. Over to you, Mr. Mburu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And let me start by thanking the leadership of the KCAU University for having invited me to this panel and for having organized this very enriching conference. Let me also thank the delegates who are here today for having found time to attend and listen to us as we engage on these issues. And finally, let me thank my fellow panelists who are here to participate in this engagement. And I want to believe that our presence here is going to add value to the lives of the participants. Let me start by saying that the profile you have already read largely describes who I am and what it is that I have achieved as a leader. Suffice to say that in the early life, when I graduated from college, I started by training. I engaged as a lecturer and I taught at KCA when it was an accounting college as a part-time lecturer, and also at Kenya School of Professional Studies. So I am part of the trainers who have trained and have continued to train for the industry. Thereafter, I joined ISPAC, again residing in the same environment as KCA, where I served for another 3.5 years. There I was the head of professional standards. I dealt with enforcing the code of conduct for accountants, and also for rolling out what we used to call the quality assurance framework. I think among the products I participated in development is what we used to call the FIRE award, which actually was rewarding financial reporting excellence. I also largely was the initial leader in the quality assurance program at ISPAC. Leaving ISPAC, I went to the banking sector, where I was a finance manager at CFC Bank. I started an assistant manager and rose to the finance manager. There again, I was managing reporting for the bank for another 2.5 years. And thereafter, I joined the Kenya Revenue Authority, that is 16 years ago. My journey at Kenya Revenue Authority has been a very rewarding one. I joined in to enhance the capacity of taxpayer audits from a policy perspective and also from the practice. And there I rolled out critical programs like what you call the quality assurance program, the risk-based audits, so that we have better use of resources in terms of the audit resources. Thereafter, leaving the audit area, I went to investigations. Again, there I led very complex tax crime investigations that were primarily meant to ensure that the few, very, very few group of people who have taken the decision never to pay taxes, they will not pay, can't pay, won't pay, then we were able to be investigated, and the law had to then take its course. Thereafter, I left investigations and joined what we call I led intelligence. You know, intelligence in management of business is critical. So I led intelligence to ensure that as a tax administration, we remained ahead of the game. We understood what the people or the taxpayers who do not pay taxes think and how they do their work. And we support what you call the frontline officers in doing the job. There I created a very formidable intelligence unit that also dealt with ethics, ensuring that the code of conduct was adhered to at the Kenya Revenue Authority. Having then around 2019, I rose to the Commissioner General role, a very, very, very challenging role. But again, using the skills and experiences of the past, I was able to take the job and deliver what I call very transformational leadership. And like you've read in my profile, I was able to achieve very high growth in revenues. I was able to inculcate a culture of professional culture and ethics, and able to deliver kind of results that ensured that in the year 2019, 2021, 22, the authority was able to exceed the target by about 149 billion, which was a very significant achievement. Having said so, I have been a leader in the area at the international stage, where I led the Africa Initiative. This initiative brings together about 33 African countries on the area of exchange of information. The institution seeks to explore or promote exchange of information relating to tax matters among African countries. And I was their first chairman, and during this period, we were able to develop very significant tools that African countries continue to use to exchange information and enrich their domestic revenue mobilization. I then, in December 2022, rose to, again, the vice chairman of the Global Forum, which has about 166 countries. So I want to believe that the journey I've walked in leadership the experiences gained are going to be helpful, because I believe that leaders are meant to inspire confidence in the people they lead. One, so that they believe that they can do. First of all, they define what needs to be done, and then they make them believe it can be done, and then they walk with them through that journey to ensure that what they all believe together can be done, then is realized. The rest are the procedures and processes to get there. But I largely believe once a leader fully understands where he needs to lead the people to, and makes them believe that they can go there and walks with them that journey, then that goal or vision or objective is going to be realized. Thank you very much, moderator. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that brief account of what the journey has been for you, FCPA and Buru. Yes, the next is Hosea Kili. Please give us a brief of what the journey has been for you.
Yeah. Thank you again, moderator. My journey is, maybe what I would call a journey which began way back when I joined my first employer in 1987, which was in a regional authority in Kenya. And although I'm a trained lawyer and a senior member of the Law Society of Kenya, and also a fellow of the Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya, I joined initially as a trainee in human resources and worked in human resources later on for more than 10 years in 2 institutions. Now, my journey also, I went through energy sector, and particularly initially starting with this regional authority, which was involved in power production, specifically generating power from hydro in the eastern parts of Kenya. And then later on I went to the other side, which is petroleum sector. And I worked in a state corporation involved in exploration and downstream marketing of petroleum products on behalf of the government of Kenya. And in these all areas, I worked in both human resources, administration, and law. I interacted at these 2 early institutions with the governance of the organization because I became the secretary of the board of in the 2 institutions. And later on, I moved to the institution which I'm now working for. But it's important that the groundwork for my leadership journey was laid when faced with challenges of growing an institution in the oil sector in a competitive environment where the leaders, the oil giants of the world are dominant in the Kenyan market. And here you are trying to bring in a local company, albeit with support of the government, but it is all the same a very difficult proposition to position that institution to create some market share. So the first task was to expand exploration activities, and I'm happy to say that after being part of the team which prepared exploration contracts to be signed by the international institutions with the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Energy, it led eventually to the discovery of the first productive oil well in Kenya, which is in the Turkana region. Also, during my time there, I actually was part of a team which came up conceptualized how to fund petroleum exploration and also downstream business, among other energy sector funding by introducing the first ever petroleum development levy, which currently has been expanded to include other areas of supporting the funding and the fiscal support for the country. I also pioneered the establishment of the downstream business for this particular entity, which is a government entity. And we were able as a team at that institution to expand and actually start from scratch the downstream or marketing business of petroleum products in order to stabilize the pricing of petroleum products for the country, as well as provide an avenue for supplies stability. I want to say that by the time I left this organization, it had actually established a network of local retail market, and we had been able to build the first indigenous depot in Nairobi for distributing products from the Kenya pipeline to the rest of the country, and therefore breaking the stranglehold of the previous monopolistic or oligopolistic international petroleum companies. And I think that was the beginning of what we now call the proliferation of the Kenyan MSMEs in the petroleum sector in Kenya, and which has gone and become generally an exporters of petroleum products from Kenya to the rest of the region, the East and Central African region. I left that organization in 2002 and joined where I am now, as a secretary and, of the board and legal officer. Now, joining my current organization, which I would like to talk about more, and finding an institution which was not doing well at all. You know, a typical institution in the public sector, which was struggling with debts, as well as challenges of paying staff and all those things. And I want to say there was so much illiquidity because the trustees of this institution, which is a trust within the local government at that time, had invested a lot in properties which were illiquid and therefore could not be able to finance payments of the pensioners of this organization. I therefore took it upon myself as soon as I got the responsibility to start the first strategic plan for this organization, because I believe a lot in governance, and also introduce a lot of innovative ideas in business management to this particular organization. So that was the year 2004 all the way to 2007, when I became finally the CEO of the institution. We had already had reforms done in the legal framework of this organization to introduce modern management structures, which are more keen to business environment, which is what would be the best, and also running on a new strategic plan. I want to say that organization was then valued at about 3 billion, but that is only majorly real estate. Now to just come forward, over the years, believing in my own mantra that nothing is impossible for a true leader, and not fearing to take on challenges head on, and doing it with firmness, but with humility and collaboration with stakeholders. I want to say that at the moment, the institution I lead is actually a group which we call CPF Group. And the CPF Group has more than 7 pension funds under its administration, which include both levels of government, national government, and county governments, with a membership base of over 500,000 and a growing asset portfolio, which is now exceeding 150 billion and rising every day. I think on an annual basis, we are looking at a growth of not less than 20 billion year to year. And with that kind of growth, we find ourselves that we have become one of the largest pension systems in Kenya, and it may be in East Africa. So this organization, which I lead, has been able to prove that with leadership, an organization can rise from a very obscure, and particularly when you operate from the ostensibly public sector perspective, where you don't have, most majorly, there are many challenges. The freedoms and the flexibility of leadership, which is available in the private sector, is not totally available. So with those challenges, and therefore navigating between using new ideas in an area whereby ideas are normally, new ideas are, and innovation are not really accepted wholesomely, we have been able to rise up to the occasion, and I think our footprints are now all over the country. We are operating at the local and international level, and I want to say that my message to the delegates and participants is that nothing is impossible for a leader who truly believes in pushing the boundaries of thought. And it's not only in academia or in research or in a private sector where this can be done. It can also be done within any level, any operational level. And all it requires is that you must be ready to actually go through challenges. You must, if you don't find any pain, you won't gain anything. And you must deal with all those as you move forward. Normally the laurels will come after you have passed all those challenges and now you have achieved. Thank you very much for allowing me to give you a background of myself. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Osea, quite elaborate and interesting. Yeah, so next is Dr. Amit. Dr. Amit, over to you, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm really delighted I have got an opportunity to speak to academia and the industry nexus. I strongly believe that both working in tandem can produce some interesting impact to the society for economic growth and prosperity. I studied at the University of Nairobi. I did my medicine there, and immediately after qualifying as a medical doctor, I started Avenue Healthcare, a clean startup in the year 1995, 96, with an idea of taking healthcare closer to the people. It was a 95,000 shilling investment company at that time, where there was a van converted into a mobile clinic to take healthcare closer to industries or larger groups of companies for staff medical care. It started with a base in a facility in Parklands, and slowly it started creating an impact as a corporate medical cover. Within no time, we needed to expand the number of clinics and provide healthcare across different parts of Nairobi. We blended the Avenue Healthcare together with inpatient facility at that time known as Avenue Nursing Home and created Avenue Group. So in about the first 5 years, the number of clinics that we needed to build grew from singular clinic to about 6 clinics. And every year we set up new clinics. In about 8 years' time, we had a total of 800 staff, and we had 2 fully fledged hospitals. And this is the journey that I wanted to share with the students, that I was actually a newly qualified intern thinking about becoming a job creator and not just a job seeker. So passion and commitment can allow you to go step by step, and you don't really need an influential person who guides you or helps you. You don't also need a huge amount of capital. All those are barriers that we bring in front of us to hold us back from setting up and creating impact and creating more jobs and growing the business or the product or solution that you're passionate about. I was pretty passionate during my student years to increase affordable healthcare for more people in more cities and more towns across Kenya. Having seen at the Kenyatta National Hospital how difficult it is to actually get exact care at the right time, I realized that affordable care is something that everyone hopes to get access to. This is what led to building up a chain of clinics and a chain of hospitals, which I then was able to replicate in other parts of Africa, having done a similar thing in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. I was able to set up a company known as Africa Medical Investments, AMI. The intention was to have more such facilities across Africa. In 2015 and 2016, I realized that it's not only health services that is a gap in improving health systems across the world, like we saw in the pandemic. It also, in healthcare, we also have the supply chain services as well as health insurance. And so I set up a company called Africa Health Business in 2016 to try and improve the business of health in Africa. That's exactly what we do. So right now, I spend a lot more time on helping local organizations and multinationals and other partners to bring investments into Africa to grow the private health sector in different parts of Africa, be it in pharma, surgical manufacturing, or supplies, healthcare services such as clinics, hospitals, diagnostics, laboratories. And I've seen a remarkable improvement in how people view Africa as a continent where they feel they will be able to get a return on investment and bounce back. So my journey has purely been in the healthcare space. It was great that I could do medicine as a great foundation and an MBA to provide me more of a robust financial and a commercial angle to the kind of work that I do. And I look forward to seeing many more who are attending today, breaking barriers and making a difference in the passion that they already have and the learning that they have achieved and will continue achieving in the process. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That's a little bit about my journey.
Thank you very much. Quite elaborate. Yes, over to Ms. Fiona Asonga. Ms. Fiona, please.
Morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So I'll start my career journey from the university. I'm a graduate of the United States International University of Africa, USIU. And I joined USIU because I was called to Moi University for a degree in education, and I didn't want to pursue a career in education. I wanted a business career. At that time, I tried to change, and it was so difficult to transfer from one university to another to change what you'd been called for. So I asked my parents to allow me to look for a private university that I could study in and pursue a career in business. I was passionate about business already. And so after going around, I settled for USIU. And at USIU, the fees was very high. My parents being civil servants, my mother a teacher and my father having been a career civil servant, are not able to afford. So I had to figure out how to raise my school fees. And while all my other friends were traveling abroad and going to the US because they thought that there were more opportunities, I remained in Kenya, went to USIU, held 3 jobs as a student, raised my fees, and went through college. And as I was a student in USIU, I was a member of ISEC. ISEC is a student association. It's a French acronym for l'Association Internationale des étudiants sur les sciences, des économiques et commerce. Basically, it's an international association of students interested in the science of economics and commerce. And so at ISEC, I was very involved. There was a project, used to call them managers. So I took a lead role in running ISEC projects. And when I was still a first year, in 1996, I won a global essay competition sponsored by the United Nations through ISEC on interdependence, learning, and acting for a shared future. And winning that position, first prize award, meant that now I had a chance to visit the United Nations offices in Geneva. And we did have an ISEC meeting that was also a youth meeting, where the then Secretary General Kofi Annan, the late Kofi Annan, attended, and I was sharing a panel with both the late Wangari Maathai and Kofi Annan in this particular meeting. And after that, for me, the sky was the limit. And I believed that I could now get, the opportunities were open for me in my mind, though practically, of course, you have to come back, you have to work, you have to go through your studies, you have to do all the things that you need to do to make sure that you can get there. So I got, my first job was on campus. The USIU has a work study program, and I was able to be accepted in the work study program, especially after winning this essay. The university thought they would give me an opportunity for that because I'd applied and I was still waiting. So I got that paid for 25% of my school fees. Then I got a part-time job with BAT, handling promotions for them at different outlets, and that was in the evenings. And then I would have alternating days when I would also have the same job, but now for EABL. And so those jobs kept me busy, and I would work through the night, the evenings from 6 p.m. through to 2 a.m. in the night, and then get home and rest and be ready for the next morning and begin my day at USIU, the work study assignments, then go to class and move on. And that enabled me to raise all the school fees I wanted. And because of that, then I was able to just go through school. And as I was working, I continued to just put in the best that I could. And I ended up being identified by BAT as one of the best customer service executives they had, because I always took time to understand what the customers' feedback was on the products and what they needed done, and just focusing on getting my job done. Then I graduated in 2000, and that is when I began to really feel the pinch of a young graduate looking for a job and without any godfathers or people to support or help you get inroads. So from USIU, my USIU class, almost everyone was getting placements, good positions, everything. I had as good grades as all of them, and some even better grades than some, but I just wasn't getting the opportunities. So I took time and volunteered at the Holy Family Basilica, working with youth. and running youth programs on a voluntary basis at the church, because I needed something to keep me busy. And it was from there that I started getting opportunities for job applications, and I got into Seven Seas Technologies. My degree was in finance, international business administration finance. And at that particular point in time, I think it may still be an issue today, but I don't think so much of an issue. It was considered that for you to have a degree in the financing department, you had to do accounting. And in my thinking, accounting is very separate from finance, because accounting is bookkeeping, keeping track of how everything is going. And finance is really looking at those numbers and trying to figure out how to grow the numbers and make things out of it, make that number become bigger. What do you need to do? And that is what, for me, excited me about finance. And so I worked at Seven Seas, but now I made a change in career because I'd seen the interest in tech. And I now wanted to get into something around fintech. So my interest was developing apps and things around fintech. So I got into Seven Seas as an intern, regardless of I'd graduated, and then I said, no, I asked Mr. Macharia to kindly take me in as an intern, handle me like an intern, because I want to learn on the job. And I began a whole new career in ICT. I had to do self-reading in the evenings and had to register for exams and go through my ICT certifications so that I could be qualified to be recognized even in the industry. And that is when my IT journey began. And after working at Seven Seas as an intern for a 1-year period, I was then confirmed and had a job as an account manager. Then I moved now from Seven Seas later to TESPOC, where I've been for the last now 18 years. And at TESPOC, it has been a challenging journey, growing an institution from start to where it is today. When I joined TESPOC, they had only 8 members of the association. It is a membership-based organization, and the members are the ones who drive the business because they pay subscription that runs the institution. And today, I have a membership of 128 companies and still growing. And I would say it has taken a lot of effort to be able to even grow the team from being the only member of staff to having a larger team, staff contingent of more than 15. And that has helped us really achieve our goals and have an impact within the industry and be able to work with partners and governments to be able to create an environment that makes sense for the industry in terms of policy and the regulatory framework, to be able to work with academic institutions, helping them identify where the gaps are and what needs to be done. And some of it has been a challenging journey. There have been some wins as we've moved along. For example, being able to get the Communication Authority, the regulator of the space, to have reasonable licensing fees for the different licensing regimes that they have to manage, to be able to have the Internet Exchange Point grow and continuously grow annually at a rate of over 150% growth since I came in. And so we have continued to work as a team. I work with my team, and therefore the accomplishments that I have are really a team effort, a combination of the board and the staff working together to make a difference. I believe in being able to make a difference in your own small way. And that's it and done. From 2011 to 2018, I was elected as one of Africa's representatives to the Address Council, a supporting organization and the number resource organization of the global community that manages the internet resources, the numbering resources. Behind every website, there's a number, and those numbers are managed and coordinated at a global level and then come down at regional level. So I was part of the technical team that was handling that. And that, after that, then I moved on and started getting involved in other areas. I've been involved in the transition of ICANN, the body that that globally handles these resources, from being a US-run organization to a global body. When President Obama was about to get out of finish on his term, he handed over the organization to the global community. So as part of the team, a working group that was supposed to make sure that transition happens, and we had to put in place accountability, transparency mechanisms to make sure that the global community, any end user, would feel part of the ownership of ICANN and part of the process, and putting in place mechanisms that would be inclusive and that would ensure that the stability of the global internet and keep the internet as one internet for one world, for all the billions of people who need to use it. I have been a recipient of the Africa Avant Grant Award from the African Union. And this is for the efforts that we've done in making sure that the African Union was able to acquire and manage the .africa domain name. I've been involved in developing various ICT policy documents. Over the years, the list is so long, I can't go through all of them, but the current ones would say the digital economy blueprint that is used by all the countries of Africa through Smart Africa, launched by President Uhuru in Kigali, to help African countries build their economies towards the digital economy. And then we've got the digital economy strategy for Kenya. So I've been part of that as well, which is the current document that is driving ICT growth and economic growth across different sectors within the country. So that's the document that is helping us integrate ICT into all other areas of the economy. I've been recognized in 2 consecutive years as one of East Africa's most influential CEOs in the Business Monthly magazine. I got an award in this year, in March, from the Isuzu East Africa Women's Council for women's use of technology for diversity. And this is in relation to the autism awareness project that we've been running as TESPOC. I have been given an award for Africa's top 50 women in management in Africa. And I believe that these are just a few of the things the ways in which the society recognizes efforts. And there's a lot of women doing many good things out there, but we need to step up. We need to be visible. We need to be able to put ourselves out there so that we can be able to encourage others. I do run a mentorship program for young graduates, and I spend time with them, helping them focus on their careers, open up and take on opportunities that come their way. And my focus has been mainly on girls and women in the ICT space, because that is one area that has been very male dominated over a long period of time. And it's always refreshing to see more women and young girls come in and take up career opportunities within the space. Today, we've been able to increase and grow TESPOC's revenue by almost 1,000-fold from when I came in. And those are signs that the ecosystem is growing, the space is growing, and the future of the world is in technology. And therefore, anyone who's involved in anything and does not recognize tech or puts tech aside is going to be losing an opportunity where they can actually transform not just themselves, but their communities and the world as a whole. Because the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And where is that first step? It has to begin with you. And you need to be able to now change your approach and mindset to see that the future is in tech. Unfortunately, I think the tech space is one that is getting hit hardest when it comes to working with centers of learning and being able to just make sure that what we're doing is trickling down. Technology is changing so fast. Our academic curriculum is not moving as fast. So my word to the young people listening out there and people who want to build careers in tech or careers using tech is go through the curriculum, get what the institution is giving you, but do the extra. Find out what industry has. What is the new tech out there? What certifications can you get that are relevant to industry? Go for them as well, because there is where the future lies. And when we are hiring, we are looking for people who have some level of exposure to current trends. And unless the curriculum can change quickly, which means that universities need to have curriculums that actually change over 2-year periods to accommodate the changes in tech. Tech is changing very fast. And I think I'll leave my introduction at that, so that even as we are beginning the discussion, we are thinking of where is it that the world is heading and where is it that academic institutions are? How do we then bridge the gap? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona, for that very elaborate account of what your journey has been. Yeah, so been informed that Dr. Amit is going to leave the panel in a few minutes' time, and I would want us to go straight to the issues that we have before us. As you are all aware, we are talking about the industry and the universities or the institutions of higher learning coming together. Yeah, so just before you leave, Dr. Amit, I would want to ask you this one question that you can submit for the benefit of the delegates. Do you believe in industry-university collaboration in Kenya or in Africa on research and innovation aimed at improving the quality and quantity of industrial output? Over to you.
Yes, the answer is definitely yes. There is a lot more we can do. I believe that the industry and academia have been really not talking to each other in an appropriate manner. There has been quite a big gap. And the gap is we don't have a design knowledge broker mechanism. Lots and lots of academic institutions teach some very interesting knowledge and a lot of classroom learning that sometimes is not what the industry requires. Having employed so many graduates over the many years, I believe that if the communication between industry and academia is a little bit more stronger, you will find that the in-house training by industry and the costs associated with it would be much lower. Take a nurse or a pharmacy or a doctor, in my case, expressing and training them about the whole health economics or the journey around improving efficiency were things that were mainly done in the in-house clinics and facilities of many industry, by many industry players. So the core curriculum, which is where the academia focuses on, needs to look at what the industry requires. So you get fit for purpose graduates that can blend into the industry, grow the industry, and provide the impact necessary. That's the first thing. I think that there is a need for some knowledge broking between industry and academia, and that's a fact. The second point I do want to bring out is letting the innovation and R&D in the academia be packaged more appropriately for industry absorption. I have seen several times that bench does not go into the market. A lot of bench work and lab work and innovation work sits and continues to sit in the hands of scientists and innovators. But the industry would like it packaged slightly differently. That packaging makes a difference between the inflection point that we're looking for and the plateau that we sometimes see. Third point I want to make is that a gap in the market does not mean there's market in the gap. That will dramatically change the investments and time and training of the new generation to enable, move, and disrupt markets. This is the reason why we have seen some pretty amazing companies that transform the certain sector, where they have clearly understood that the gap in the market does not mean there's market in the gap. So look for where the market exactly exists. You may think on the bench that there is a gap in the market and you develop a product for it. And you wonder why there has been no uptake of the product. And there was no uptake of the product because there was no market in the gap. And this is really the 3 points that I want to talk about: industry and academia and the nexus. I feel we have a great generation coming up in Kenya to transform our economy, to transform the way we will make an impact, not only in Kenya, but across East Africa and the rest of Africa. And I really applaud the academic institutions in trying to reach out to the industry to raise the bar on building graduates that are ready for tomorrow, not graduates for today. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amit. I think very well put there. My second question goes to FCP Mburu, and the question is, Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 9, is on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. I'm sure you are aware of all this. And SDG number 12 is on sustainable consumption and production. So as a country, and by extension, Africa, are we really on course to achieving this by the year 2030? And if not, what have we not done right, or what should we do within the remaining time to be able to achieve those goals? Mr. Mburu.
Thank you very much, moderator, and let me thank the other facilitators or panelists. The discussions are very, very interesting indeed. Now, in terms of the SDG number 9 and number 12, and whether we are on course to achieving that by 2030. First, let me say that we have the manufacturing sector that is supposed to drive largely our innovation in production. And we know that there is a target the government has set of 20 by 30, meaning that they would like the manufacturing industry, which leads in production, be able to contribute 20% of the GDP by 2030. Now, that is an aspiration and a vision and a plan that the government is working on. But you also take note that the contribution of manufacturing to the GDP has been going down. I think from it was about 2016 it was about 9.3%. Now 2021 it went down to about 7.2%. And that would tell you exactly where we are going, and we are trying to reverse that as a country. The question then one would ask is, then what is it that we are not doing right? And then how do we reverse that? Largely, I would say that there is need for, without saying whether that will be realized or not, I will leave that to government and the implementation of the plan. Mine, I would just critique why we are where we are and what I believe should be done to get us into a different space. And one of them is that, focusing on our discussion, you would see that if we bring the question of whether our universities or our training institutions are dealing with products or creating products that fit the market, then largely I would say what Dr. Amit has said, the gap exists between what the universities are doing and what the industry is doing. Looking at the industry first, let me say that the decline in the contribution of manufacturing to the GDP of the country has largely been driven by our shift in terms of what we call the policy. For a number of years, the government has largely supported, has left the market free, so that then we have become an import-oriented country, where we have not protected our industries, and therefore people go out there and import whatever is available out there, as long as it is cheap and can be afforded by Kenyans, then they would import it. And when those imports come into this country, cheap as they are and affordable, then they end up competing with our local manufacturers, and that leads to decline in our manufacturing sector because our demand has gone to import as opposed to our locally manufactured products. So our first challenge has been allowing importation of cheap products. And you know, our market is such that when you go to the shop today, you ask for a bulb, for example, you are going to be told there is one for 10 shillings, but it is going to be short-lived. There is one for 100 shillings. It is a little bit much better. Which one do you want? And because we are a country that would want to, we are struggling in terms of our income, obviously many people would choose the cheaper product and buy it and leave the more expensive product on the shelf. It so happens then that the more expensive product is likely to have been manufactured in Kenya. Why? Because again, our cost of production, manufacturing is very high. We are talking about, if you talk to manufacturers today, they will tell you that the government needs to help us reduce the cost of production because again, for example, the cost of electricity, the cost of fuel needs to come down, and many other costs, the cost of doing business, licenses, and all those other issues. So,
thank you, FCPA Mburu. I think your submission is well registered, and the delegates are listening. I think because of time, we'll move a bit faster. So to the rest of the panelists, as we move on, we make our submissions be brief, and I would want to go to Osea Kili. Yes, Osea, if you are listening, my question to you is, do you think the governments in Africa should develop a legal or policy framework to help midwife the fusion of the industry and the institutions of higher learning? Should it really be a government agenda to come on board and create that fusion? What are your thoughts?
Thank you, moderator. No, I don't believe in that being done by governments. You know, the partnership or fusion between industry and academia, I submit, should be a free engagement. The only thing is that it's academia which must create that framework for ease of engagement with the industry. What I can ask, for example, is how much does academia in developing academic programs, does it survey the industry? Does it request the industry to provide information about their needs as an industry in terms of the training curriculum to be followed and for purpose of fit for purpose of the trained students. I think that's the way things should start. If we are working together on the programs as an industry together with academia, obviously it is more easy now for the industry to collaborate with the universities. But if the universities just generate their own curriculums and programs, completely oblivious of the needs of the industry, then don't be surprised when your graduates do not find immediate footing unless they are taken through another process of refit, or what I would call induction into the industry. And that's why in most cases, our graduates complain that why is the market asking for professionals or who are already got some experience in a particular area? Those are the things which I think have been lacking in the engagement. I believe that can be done without any legislative arrangement. It just needs changing our ways of doing things. The other issue is that I believe academia should also be able to create a lot of engagement with the industry, allowing the industry to come and speak to students and many, many more times than they actually do the training. I believe most students would benefit a lot by listening to actual practitioners within their lecture theaters, as opposed to just listening only to the academic theories, which I know we do a lot of that in our universities. Finally, Finally, I think I would like to say about funding. I think to fund research, a lot of funds could be availed by industry to universities for research, but the program, the way to do it has not been created by the universities. So I think there's a lot of discussion around that, which we can all contribute. Thank you very much.
Which leads me to the next question, and this goes to Fiona. Yes, Fiona, universities in Kenya, in Africa, have had a difficulty in establishing spin-off companies to commercialize specific technologies, products that they develop due to funding challenges. So how best can the industry step in this gap? Or what's holding the industry from stepping in this gap, ideally? What is your thought on that?
One of the things that I've observed in so far as technology innovations are concerned, especially where they are coming through as part of R&D from the universities, is that the challenge is that the model that the universities tend to have to want to bring the product to market does not allow for partnership with industry in a way that will make sense and in a way that can enable both the industry and the university, as well as the actual innovator benefits, because that is a tripartite participation. The university as an institution has facilitated for certain young individuals to develop some technology that has an impact, that makes sense. And so when it comes to commercializing it, how does the ownership of that get handled? A lot of the times there's a high tendency for the university to take ownership of the intellectual property rights and position itself as the main entity, yet there is the actual person whose brain power was put into developing that technology, who is actually the one that should be benefiting the most. That means that the ratio of benefit to generate and attract funding has to put the individual forward. And then the university comes behind that individual as an interested party and allowing for now industry to come in to support. There is so much funding for ICT tech. There is a lot of it going out right now. Mozilla 2 weeks ago had something running in Nairobi at Arboretum, and they had so much money to give away. But they are looking for individuals, not institutions. So institutions of learning need to change the way they present innovative individuals out there, so that the individual is visible, more visible than the institution, to attract that funding. But there is a lot that the institutions can still do to help individuals, because these individuals tend not to have the capacity and knowledge, experience that the university has in terms of running a business, in terms of helping that business unit now move from innovation, from research innovation to a full-fledged company. And those are services that the university can offer. When those gaps are not filled, even when funding comes, sometimes funding has come through and you find entities are not able to transition into the commercial business models that they are expected to. Why? Because the person who's done the innovation, their mind just thinks tech and things in terms of the innovation. So who's going to be the one doing the accounting, the marketing, and all these other business support services that need to be done for that individual? And that is where you find the business case like that of Strathmore University with the hub, the business hub, the innovation and business hub within Strathmore being ideal and working very well for Strathmore University, because then they position the individuals, the individuals get a grant or they get support for their innovation, and a percentage of that is what Strathmore takes to help them commercialize, go through the process, registering of the companies and all these things, and putting systems in place, accounting systems and everything in place that will help the innovator have a proper business model. And I think it's a challenge to other institutions to copy, but the money is there and there is a lot of it, and industry is ready to buy those ideas, but they have to be packaged properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the concern there that you have raised is the arrangement, whether it is revenue sharing or the intellectual property rights. Who is supposed to present his face forward? Is it the university or the individual student who has developed the innovative idea? So I think the leaders of the various universities that are represented here are listening to those insights. My next question goes to Hosea. Yes, Hosea, my question to you is, if Kenya, Africa at large, is to have a well-established dual education system that combines theoretical knowledge with practical experience, what measure of disruptions or intrusion will it cause in the current industry setup? Is our industry currently set up in a manner that would allow for that to happen?
I think you're actually answering your question, because disruption is a necessity or an output of innovation. You will definitely get a disruption, and that disruption will, in most cases, lead to new business lines. What I would like to say is that definitely a fusion between industry and academia would cause a disruption, yes, but it would be a positive disruption, because now you will not longer be training theory. You will be training for industry, because that's where the graduates whom you generate or you produce end up. So instead of having a barrier and silo behavior, obviously Africa would be a better off in that particular case. We celebrate high or Ivy League universities because of the huge research and industry connection they have. And that's the reason why they have succeeded. That is the journey we should make. And I think I support that experiment. Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to encourage, if there are delegates there who have some questions, you can be writing them in the chat so that the panelists can be looking at them and preparing in advance to give you a response. My next question goes to FCPA. What advice would you give to the youth who are currently in higher education on the need to develop a job creation mindset as opposed to job seeking?
Thank you very much, and for that very, very important question. I think the mindset needs to change while you are still studying. After looking at the environment, there were days when people used to get jobs right from university, even when before they finished. But now that may not be the case. So I think the one must then begin to prepare for that eventuality while still in college, so that you begin to understand what is out there, what products are out there, and what role you can play in terms of meeting those opportunities out there. What challenges exist, and what can you do with the knowledge you are getting, or what other knowledge you need to get alongside what you're doing at the university to be able to service those needs. And in my work life, I have seen young people who have gone out there, identified a challenge while they are still in university, and then visit institutions with those products and begin to sell to them and tell them, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe then what they are looking for is an opportunity to do so. So I believe one must then begin, our students must begin to think, not to think about employment, but to think about what opportunities are out there they can be able to deal with, and what challenges are out there they can be able to offer solutions. That is the mentality that they think that they should have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the last question goes to Fiona. Yes, Fiona, how best could learning institutions support learners in developing soft skills?
What quickly comes to mind is something that we have been doing with USIU. Learning institutions can invite, and what we are doing even right now, invite industry experts to come and have conversations with your students and share with them expectations in terms of what is expected out there, and have sessions on developing soft skills within USIU, because it follows also an American curriculum. There's a course for the senior students that has to do with developing of soft skills. And so when this happens, then you find that the students are able to interact with experts from industry and learn from them what the expectations in terms of soft skills development and things that they need to pay attention to. And one of the things that TESPOC is doing is exactly that, but through the African Center for Women in Technology, where we now work with fresh graduates after they finish their programs and spend time with them, helping them develop soft skills for the ICT sector.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we can now go to the next stage, where we are going to get questions and answers from all the delegates, wherever you are. We have had submissions from the panelists present, and I want to invite those questions so that the panelists can respond to them. If you can, you direct your question to the particular panelist that you imagine should be the right person to address himself or herself that question. Yeah, so yes, over to the delegates, participants, wherever you are. I can see there are a few questions here already. Yeah, so the first question is coming from CPA Emma Kimani, and CPA Emma Kimani is asking Fiona, what would you say about the regulatory framework on fintech in Kenya? I think you can go straight and address yourself to that, Fiona.
CPA Emma, I think I need to, my observation is that Kenya is ahead of many countries today, because we have been able to find a way of facilitating collaborative governance between the regulators for fintech to work in this country. If we didn't do that, we would not have the M-Pesa to export, would not have Cellulant, would not have Jumbo Pay, all serving beyond the Kenyan boundaries. But these innovations in the fintech space have grown, and today are serving more than just Kenyans, because our ICT regulator and our finance regulator have agreed to work together to make sure that these innovations adhere to both regulations for finance and for ICT. And that is the trend moving forward. Collaborative governance is the only way that you're going to be able to penetrate even health and tech, education tech. All these areas there's a level of collaboration. So we are in a good space where our different regulators are not working in silos, but working in collaboration and supporting innovation.
Another one to Fiona Steele. In 2022, the unlisted microfinance lenders were classified as digital lenders, yet they were offering loans at lower rates. Currently, there are approximately 21 approvals by CBK. Does your organization support this move?
Now, TESPOC is an industry body that welcomes entities interested in tech. That said and done, the Central Bank of Kenya is an government entity established under an act of parliament with very clear terms of reference. The Central Bank of Kenya has got guidelines of what constitutes financial institutions. So at the end of the day, it boils down to what does the law say, and is CBK working within that law? Is it operating within that law? And yes, it is. If it is, there is nothing others can do about it. At the end of the day, everything in every society, things have to fall within certain structures for there to be order. And I think this is one way in which we have been able to get order within the fintech space, even just as we are getting order in the IT space with the Sambaza networks that are someone buys a large capacity from Safaricom and starts distributing to their neighbors, yet they are not a service provider. So we also have that going on within the tech space. And these are things that are happening as innovative ways of running businesses that have to be accommodated. That is what innovation does. It changes the space, but do we have the supporting regulatory framework to facilitate it? Thank you.
Good. The next question here is from Edward Mujuka. I like the insight from Fiona that universities should just facilitate innovation and incubation, but let individuals package themselves in their own right. My question is, what is the willingness, propensity of universities in this? Are the universities willing to play that second fiddle role as they let the technology that they have co-authored or developed be patented by just the individual student? I think that's the question. I want to believe, Fiona, that from the response you have given, that is already addressed. So I go to the next one. Either of the panelists can answer this. So sustainability of family business, comment on this. What is the sustainability of family businesses? So that I think I would want to ask Hosea to be the one to take that.
Yeah, the challenge with family business is that when they began mostly as cottage businesses or industries, and they always began by a passionate entrepreneur. Now, the challenge for its sustainability is that there is no governance framework around that family business. It's normally driven by the loyalty of the family members to their patriarch or their matriarch, and two, the continued leadership of that patriarch or matriarch of the business. Now, in most cases, if there is no proper succession planning within the family or introduction of independent mindsets from outside experts to join the business and to have it and be fully empowered, then that is where the challenge begins. There are some family concerns which have survived for many decades and many, many years, but that is because there's an element of quasi family and entrepreneurial governance, which has been embedded in, to the extent that although there is sons and daughters of that family in the business, but they are trained so well and they are also allowed to work and live within the framework of usual business disciplines, as opposed to others which then there's no training and imparting of knowledge to ethics of work on the family members. Now, the way forward, of course, for their survival is to just allow infusion of the governance framework of business at the early stage, and in most cases, to let the business outlive the founders of that business within the family. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question is coming from Eric Nzioki. Eric Nzioki Mutiso is a student at KCAU University, and he has sent a number of questions, but I will pick just one in the interest of time, and this must go to FCPA. Can a country tax its citizens to prosperity? Not really quite within the domain of what we have, but is an issue that is topical in Kenya today, and I would want to hear you address yourself to that question, given your background as a leader of the Revenue Authority of the land. Over to you, FCPA.
Thank you. It's a challenging question, and I believe that the answer is both yes and no. One is that it will depend, one, on the tax, how much is taxed and how that tax is used, and whether that tax creates the kind of environment that will allow businesses to thrive or to prosper. So taxing has been done. Some countries have had very high taxes, like in the Scandinavian countries. You go to Sweden, Norway, their effective tax rates are very, very high, but the countries are happy. The citizens are happy because they are able to get the services they need. You will also go to other jurisdictions where taxes are high, but then they do not get the services they need, and they do not prosper as nations. So I think it's more of optimal taxation and how those resources are deployed to the benefit of the citizens. That's how I'll put it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this session. I would just want to give a brief report of the insights that have been shared by our panelists before I ask each one of them to give their closing remarks. So from Dr. Amit Thacker, his submission is that academia has a role to play. However, there is need for a design knowledge broker where we get to teach what the industry requires. He says a gap in the market does not mean there is a market in the gap. Then from FCPA, there is a shift in policy which has contributed to the decline in our manufacturing industry. So customers are picking the cheaper products, which has likely been imported, and that is contributing towards shrinking the industry. And from Hosea, he says the industry academia should work together on developing programs. Academia should engage the industry, and the industry should fund research in universities. And Fiona says that models used by the universities do not align well with the industry requirement. The individual who innovates something should be given most credit, and the university should not be the one to take credit for the innovation. And she also says that learning institutions should invite industry experts to speak to learners. I think those are very good insights there. As we wind up, I would want to call, starting from Hosea, you make your closing remarks, and then we go to FCPA, and then to Fiona in that order. Over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to say I'm quite happy that for this short session, I've been able to engage with our participants, and I believe most of the participants are students of business. I'm personally a business person, and I believe that business is really there for us to take up. And there's nothing which defines what you can call a business person. The only thing is that any person who focuses on a new idea and sees a problem and works a solution for that problem becomes a businessman in the long run. So my advice is that students, please focus on problem-solving skills when you are undergoing your training at the universities, and you can also agitate for more industry visits to be able to build your skills and identify the areas of your competence even before you exit university. Thank you very much, and I say kwaheri.
Thank you. Yes, FCPA.
I would say that for university, those who are leaving university, they must have an open mind. If no one is willing, if there are no employment opportunities and you know you have to live and survive and grow, then you must create. You must ask yourself, what is it that you can do to be a better person and better the society? Then you must create. Number two, to the universities, a lot of time is being spent trying to retool the graduates to fit the industry. It means that that gap needs to be met. There is need for engagement so that we can understand why is that gap and how can it be dealt with, so that employers do not use too much time retooling the graduates. I think that there should be less time used. That is how I would leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fiona?
My closing remarks for this session would be that we, both industry and institutions of higher learning, need to keep on finding ways that we can collaborate to be able to support the graduates of the future, so that when the graduates are done, they are ready for absorption into the industry, or they can actually start their own businesses and see innovations coming out of this country that begin to lead in the world. And I think that we have the potential as a country and we can work on it. So my challenge is to the young people listening: what is your innovation? What are you doing about it? And how far do you want to take it? The sky is the limit.
Thank you very much. And we have come to the end of this session. I think mine is to thank very much the panelists who spared time to be part of this. I know by the nature and the profiles that you have presented here, which have actually attested that all those many accolades that you have received were all well meant. You are people who have a very high opportunity cost for your time, but you are still able to spare some little time to be part of this conference. Thank you very much. I'm sure even to the panelists who did not attend, that is Dr. Naomi Kagone, it is not out of any want of inclination to attend. I'm sure it must have been because of the very many engrossing engagements on her table. So as we come to the end of this session, I want to thank you very much and all the delegates who have attended from every corner of this world. It was nice being part of this. I have been your moderator. My name is CPA Margaret Dinga. Thank you very much, and over to the chair of the day, Dr. Bunyasi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CPA Margaret Dinga. It was a great pleasure listening to our presenters, our business gurus there, Dr. Amit, FCPA Mburu, Hosea, Ms. Fiona. Thank you very much. Great insights coming in there. Disruption is a necessity to the output of an innovation. Very great. And that a businessman is one who sees a problem as an opportunity and offers a solution to it. Thank you, among many others. We appreciate and thank you very much. We want to move on to the next item on the program. And the next program on the item, the next item on the program, we are going to have schools of business sustainability, enhancing employability among students. So that is the next thing we are going to have, and we are going to have a round table, and this is going to be a round table of deans from the schools of businesses. In this session, we are going to have Dr. Tirimba, who is going to be the chair, and the rapporteur will be Dr. Njogo. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Tirimba, who is a certified financial consultant. Dr. Tirimba holds a PhD in finance. He is a director at our KCAU town campus, and he's also a consultant and a renowned reviewer of journals. So we are going to meet a rich established guru in finance who is going to take us through the session of the Dean's Round Table. So we continue to wait on this. Thank you. I was not sure when.
Probability theory used today. Early concepts of risk structuring and risk pooling by shipping merchants in ancient Babylon dates back as far as the 1700 BC. The process of identifying and prioritizing risks, either with foresight or following a disaster, has therefore been a standard risk
Welcome to our roundtable discussion on the topic, Schools of Business Sustainability, Enhancing Employability Among Our Students. I will be your moderator. Like you've been introduced, I'm Dr. Ibrahim Tirimbo Ndabu, and I want to start by a quote from one of our renowned Sustainable Development Group member, John Eckington, that employment is a human right and sustainability is a moral imperative. We need to find ways to combine these two goals. And finally, from the director of the Center for Sustainable Business at the University of Oxford, that the future of work is sustainable work. With me is a group of deans from across the globe who have all come to bring the discussion on board. And my rapporteur for this session will be Dr. Michael Njogo. Dr. Michael Njogo is a renowned and distinguished faculty member at KCAU University. He is an organizational ombudsman, a certified mediator, and a certified public accountant of Kenya. He currently holds the position of Director, Board of Undergraduate Studies at KCAU University. He will be my rapporteur for this particular session. I have a team of distinguished deans from various universities across the globe, like I mentioned. With me, I have Professor Justice Bawole, Dr. Faith Abiona. I have Dr. Jonathan Mulwa and Dr. Edward Owino. Professor Justice Bawole is a professor in the Department for Public Administration and Health Services Management and a dean of the University of Ghana Business School, Legon. He obtained a PhD in Development Policy and Management from Global Development Institute, University of Manchester, UK in 2013. And he holds a Master of Philosophy in Public Administration, Bachelor of Science in Administration, Public Administration, and Diploma in Public Administration from the University of Ghana Business School. Professor Bawole is a strong advocate for young people and has supervised and mentored several young academics into fruitful completion of their PhD. In both the University of Ghana and abroad, he has been able to work. The profile of Professor Bawole is quite long, so I may not be able to complete it right now. My next session guest for today will be Dr. Faith Abuyona, who is currently the Dean, Faculty of Business and Management at Cavendish University, Uganda, Kampala. And a short profile about her is that she's been able to do great things. Most importantly, she is holding, she's specialized in a number of management-related activities, but currently, Dr. Abiona is a higher education management specialist, senior lecturer to higher education in Rwanda, researcher and consultant in areas of financial innovation, financial management, management accounting, investment analysis, and taxation for the last 15 years. Dr. Abiona holds a higher diploma in innovation, transformation, and resilience for sustainable development from Land University, 2022, a PhD with a research specialty in finance from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, 2021, a Master of Business Administration from Uganda Matters University, 2011, Bachelor in Business Administration, Accounting and Finance from Uganda Christian University, 2005, where she got the award of being the best student for the year 2005. My next panelist will be Dr. Jonathan Mulwa. Dr. Jonathan Mulwa is a senior lecturer for finance and the dean currently of School of Arts, Social Science and Business in Rongo University. He has got extensive experience in teaching, research and administration at university level. Dr. Mulwa holds a first-class honor Bachelor of Business Management degree in Finance and Banking. He's a Master of Business Administration holder in Finance, both from Masinde Muliro University, the Bachelor and the Master program, and is holding a PhD in Business Management, Finance from Moi University. His profile is quite eloquent and wide. I don't wish to dwell there because it will be a lot to mention. My next panelist will be Dr. Edward Owino. Dr. Edward Owino is the Dean, School of Business at KCAU University, and a faculty member, senior lecturer in marketing management. Is a stout marketer with both industry and academic experience. Dr. Owino is a holder of a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Management from the University of Nairobi, a Master of Business Administration, Marketing from Kenyatta University. He has got over 17 years of experience in teaching at the university level and 5 years of experience serving in the position of Dean, Faculty of Education, before currently serving as the Dean, School of Business. Again, the profile of all these scholars is quite big, which I may not be able to exhaust as per now. So I want to welcome you to this session where we are going to talk about the topic, Schools of Business Sustainability, enhancing employability among our students. And I want to start by a general question, which I want to pose to every panelist among my deans here today. In 2 minutes, kindly, tell us briefly how you have been able to grow to become the dean. I know it will be a motivation to very many faculty members and prospective students who wish to become faculty members who may want to attain deanship. Kindly, very briefly, just mentioning the positions that have been able to propel you over time to be the dean. And I want to start with our very own Dr. Edward Owino.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirimba, for that elaborate introduction. I appreciate the opportunity accorded to me by the Sobarc conference to be part of the panel to discuss the matter at hand. I want to mention that growing to being a dean in a school of business requires growth in your academic undertaking. So you would want to rise the ladder from being a tutorial fellow, being a lecturer, to being a senior lecturer, associate prof, and so on. At KCAU University, for instance, it is practice that for you to be dean, you must be at least a lecturer, that is a PhD holder. So for those who would aspire to be future deans, we encourage you to work very hard in terms of your academic undertaking to be able to ensure that that path is well treaded. Apart from that, of course, you would also want to work on your professional growth, make sure that you grow your professional career so that you also have professional skills that can come handy when you get to the level of being a dean and you need to network with other professionals out there. Thank you, Chair.
How has your experience been just within 2 minutes? Dr. Faith? While we're waiting for Dr. Faith, we can hear from Dr. Jonathan Mulwa. How has been your experience, kindly, briefly, in 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Jonathan Mulo. As you said, my experience has been quite a journey, stretching a number of years. In public universities, it requires both leadership and academic growth, which I think I passed through all of them, having served for 10 years as a head of department, moved across academic runders from graduate assistant through assistant lecturer, and senior lecturer, and currently a professor for 1 week. So for us, it requires leadership, experience, and growth in academics. In public universities, the statutes would ordinarily define what you require to be a dean. And for us in Rombo University, you need to be a senior lecturer, of experience in administration, and of course, a person of high integrity. Because these are positions of trust, which is bestowed on you by university management. So professionalism and integrity have to be part of it. Thank you.
The newest professor in town, and congratulations. Now let me move to Professor Justice Bawole.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim, for the opportunity. I apologize for the internet hap. My name is Faith, as you have introduced me, and I'm so glad that I'm on this roundtable this afternoon, morning headed into afternoon. So I actually agree with what my colleagues have actually mentioned, but only to add only one major issue on that, other than the academics, other than building your professionalism. It is also very important as an individual who is working towards being a dean to identify a strategy, one particular contribution that you would like to make in the domain of the faculty, and run towards growing it. So for me, it was a 3-in-1, which you can call a tripartite. Number one, what does the community require, which I need to grow? By the time I am positioned, even if I'm senior lecturer, recognized amongst the professionals, I have this grown. Number two was the issue of growing research. You can grow, but you need to be a distinguished researcher and a researcher in an area. And for me, that has been financial innovation. So whoever tags along, I say, come along and let's build the line of financial innovation. And then number three is that as you're growing as a researcher, as a reviewer, you also equally have to network heavily so that industry appreciates you, professionals appreciate you, and even various business schools appreciate you, because the role of the dean is not just about having the qualification. It stretches more to how you can ably sell your faculty or your school of business to the world, and that's what the world requires. For me, that's what I can add for now. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faith. You've clearly postulated that the role of the dean is not just about having the qualification, but what you can be able to do to position the school to the world. Let me now go to Professor Justice Bawole. Kindly tell us briefly, in 2 minutes, how has been your experience towards becoming dean of a school?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me this morning. It's still morning in Ghana. In the University of Ghana, the University of Ghana is a huge one, 73,000 students plus. The business school is a huge one, excess of 8,000 undergraduate students and 3,500 graduate students on its main campus, and there are campuses spread across. So the job in the University of Ghana, to be a dean, you're required to be an associate professor rank at least, and that means that your scholarship should have been accepted by your colleagues as having at least national influence. You are also supposed to demonstrate great leadership, especially in management. And so experiences or previous experiences in management positions, in some cases, requirement is that you should have demonstrated leadership up to about 10 years, but that this leadership can easily be discernible if you have held previous university positions before. And so if you have never been head of department, if you have never been a director, if you have never been a coordinator of a program, you will typically not be able to become the dean of a school, especially as big as ours. But the skills that make you successful as a dean, rather than getting appointed as dean, is a bit much more elaborate. You would need to be able to show that you can connect and lead your colleagues, since everybody in the space is a professor. So you have to have the well wishes of your colleagues. You have to show that you can draw industry, especially funding, to your university or business school, especially demonstrating that through either grantsmanship or industry resources. And then the other that makes you successful is that you must have passion for children, in this case, for students. If you cannot have passion for students, if students cannot feel comfortable knowing that you are going to be available for them, or that you and your team, and that you lead a team to really support their growth, then you will not be successful. And so I think it has to do both, just to, as Faith said, you have to have your academics properly screwed up, you have to have your leadership and management skills screwed up, and you have to have your networking skills screwed up. So this is what I think anybody listening who wants to be a dean must accept, that it's a tough job. Chair, I can't hear you. I don't know if others can hear you, Chair.
Sorry for that. I hope, dear delegates, you have been able to hear clearly that being a dean is more than the academic qualification. The academic qualification are key, but in addition to that, you need to demonstrate leadership. You need to have served in various responsibilities of leadership, ranging from maybe the head of department, director, program coordinator, all that, and then you can be able to qualify to be one. It is quite a task which will require your attention and networking capabilities to be able to deliver efficiently. Allow me to now move to our next question, which I want to pose to Dr. Edward Owino. What are the most important skills and knowledge that business students need to get in order to be able to be prosperous and highly employable in today's job market?
Thank you, Chair. I got you right. You're asking the type of skills that are required by modern graduates to succeed in the market. I want to, of course, answer your question by starting with the understanding that the School of Business has evolved. It has evolved to from a little-known school many years ago to a school that today drives the agenda of many business entities. And as a result, business entities are very keen when it comes to recruitment of those who are going to drive their business. For this reason, it is very important that we produce graduates who will be able to address the needs of the job market. I look at a 21st century graduate as a graduate who is going to walk into a data-driven environment, whether he is working or she is working in a marketing department, in a finance department, in an accounting department, procurement department. You find that each of those departments is heavily driven by data for decision making. For this reason, a modern graduate needs data skills. They can't run away from numbers. They must, in one way or another, be very versatile when it comes to number work. Secondly, we are living at an age of digital transformation. And for this reason, a modern graduate needs digital prowess. They must be very good in terms of their digital skills. I mean, a computer should not be something that scares you. I remember many years ago when the computer first came into the workplace, and many of those who are employed would look at a computer as something that has come to take away their jobs. They would look at it as a very scary animal. But we're saying that a modern accountant should look at a computer as a tool of work, that a modern finance officer should look at a computer as a tool that they need to engage in their day-to-day trade. So modern graduates need digital skills. I also want to emphasize that they need communication skills. It has been mentioned, I think, by Justice that we need to produce graduates who are ready for the market. And these graduates will be graduates who can communicate. They can communicate clearly and articulate their issues very eloquently, whether spoken, whether written, or in any other format. And for me, communication also entails even the dress code. I mean, the way you dress. Some employers will look at you from head to toe and sum up just by your mere looks, sum up that we don't need this type of person around here. So you will have to be very smart when it comes to your dress code and so on. And perhaps still on communication, presentation skills. Presentation skills are very, very fundamental for a modern graduate. You must be able to present it. If you know it all and you can't bring it out, I think you've lost it from the word go. Allow me, Chair, to also dwell on critical thinking. I was listening to the previous debate where one of the debaters actually said that you must be open-minded. So I'm thinking about a critical thinker, someone who is open-minded, someone who thinks out of the box. You can't just, I mean, you can't think the way someone else is thinking. Sometimes you have to be creative in thinking and suggest new ways of doing things and so on and so forth. So one who does not just look at the surface and leave it at that, but actually seeks to go beyond what is evident to everybody else. I also want to quickly touch on social skills. That, I mean, you can't work in silo. You can't know it all and just sit somewhere in a corner and you know it all and that is it. You must have social skills. You must have the ability to work with others, to share ideas, to actually sometimes get other people's opinion. Be ready to be turned down, to be told, no, this cannot work, and so on. It cannot always be your way or the highway. Some other times you must accept the ideas from others. Social skills, ability to work with others. If you allow me, I would want to add ability to network. Actually, one of my colleagues has just talked about networking. Ability to network. There's a saying that your network is your net worth. So you should be able to network not only with colleagues, but even with partners outside the organization and even beyond the country and so on. Of course, we have the digital space, which you can leverage to be able to reach out to networks beyond even the country. Lastly, the interest of time, I think a modern graduate needs soft skills. One who is willing and able to learn. You can listen. You can be patient as others either articulate their issues. You are resilient. and so on. So with such type of skills in place, you are good to go. And just something coming into my mind is leadership skills. I mean, you may not be a leader from the word go, but you must have this desire to actually learn leadership and be a good leader in whatever you're doing. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Edward Owino, for that wonderful highlight about how our graduates can become highly employable, what skills and knowledge do they require. And a parting shot from what you have presented is that a 21st century graduates should be able to be willing to go an extra mile. In an extra mile, there is no traffic because very few people are willing to go that extra mile. Now let me move to Dr. Faith Habiona. Away from the skills and knowledge that Dr. Wino has talked about, what are other attributes that our graduates should be able to portray in addition to the skills and knowledge that they will have acquired at the university in order to make them to be not only highly employable, but organizations to retain them? Dr. Faith.
Thank you so much, moderator, Dr. Ibrahim. This is a very interesting discussion that we are getting into. So, and for me to be able to submit, allow me to take a step back and I say that as business schools, what is it that the environment, the industry is looking up to us for, that even when we package our graduates, we must be very conscious about what we give them beyond the requirements that you're talking about, that will enable them to stay. So as you put it, it is not enough for us to have them get in. It is even harder for us to cause them to stay there. So the two things that I wanted to raise is that from the industry point of view, even picking from the discussion we have just been on for the business gurus, it was very clear that they require business schools to contribute to the environment, the changing environment. So whoever we are sending to them should be someone who is actually agile and dynamic. But also too, these business graduates must be able to contribute to the business space. Business space is very clear. They want profitability and they want wealth maximization. So now, as our business graduate, what is going to keep them there? The ability to solve the problems as they unveil. So they are not being recruited because there is a position of an accountant. No, they are being recruited because they are saying the position of an accountant is there, but this accountant is operating in a changing environment. So can the accountant change with the changing environment and be able to provide the solutions that are needed when various problems set in? So if they can't be able to do it, then they will not stay. So that is the first skill, the ability to provide solutions in the changing environment. Number two issue is the ability to be creative. Creativity and innovation are some of the things that pushed my desire, which later has turned to be a burden into how finance is actually done. So we have this mindset of, if I've done one thing better, then it will stick like that. And I want to borrow the words of Hosea and Fiona, who have just been on the call to talk about disruptions. Disruption is an opportunity to every businessman who looks at growth, who looks at industry or these disruptions from a growth mindset, as Carol Dweck says. But for someone who is looking at it from a mindset from a fixed mindset, then they will look at it as a problem. So can our business graduates be able to look at opportunities or challenges that come into an industry with a mindset of being able to be innovative? That is the second thing, the ability to be innovative. The third skill that they need is emotional intelligence. If I get into any space, how alert am I and how mature am I as a graduate who has been enhanced with, of course, spaces, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about, that would boost the growth of emotional intelligence. And then number 4 that I want to add for now is the issue of being alert to the 5th industrial revolution. I like the fact that you're calling it the 21st century, but for me, I like to call it the 5th industrial revolution. Globally, in the 5th industrial revolution, there is so much, even beyond digitalization, to a robotary. There's so much artificial intelligence that has come up. If you currently look at what is happening, even in our space of teaching, you notice that even as a lecturer or as a researcher, your research can be done by a student. So what is happening in industry? Same, there's so much artificial intelligence. So if our students cannot be able to adapt, and continuously utilize the changing space of artificial intelligence, then they cannot be sustained in the environment. And of course, if we had time, we'd talk about how interest of these learners to adopt and adapt through various policy reform, through looking beyond where everyone is looking as an organization, but also deep within to be able to look at the changing, now the actual environment for sustainability. That is one of the things that our graduates ideally need in order to be able to stabilize and to stay in whatever positions they get into, whether as workers or as actually entrepreneurs. I submit.
Bionna, she's been able to really help us to go an extra mile in understanding what else will our graduates require in order to be highly marketable in the job market in a competitive environment. Allow me now to pose a question to Prof. Justice Bawole. The world is talking about the entire theme of sustainability. How can universities, and which should provide direction, how can they embed sustainability into their curriculum, not only in a manner that will be meaningful, but relevant to our students at this current world?
Well, thank you. I think that in the very large scheme of things, sustainability has to be looked at first and foremost from the point of sustainability of the university itself. My view is that we need to ensure that our universities are sustainable. That would mean, if you were taking the definition of sustainability as has been provided, will mean that we are accomplishing whatever it is we are accomplishing today, and that we would be able to accomplish tomorrow as well, without what we did today affecting what we will do tomorrow. And so for me, the greatest measure of whether or not a university is sustainable or not would typically include some of the key points that my colleagues have done to say we need to be able to deliver exactly why we were established, and to make sure that if a parent dropped their child with us and dropped another one in a carpentry shop, the one who is dropped in a business school will not end up going to depend on the one who was dropped in the carpentry shop. In other words, we need to be able to equip the students such that parents will feel that they have, quote unquote, got their money's worth. That it's a big deal within business schools in Africa, because most business schools that are situated within public universities have huge challenges that they have to deal with. And if I have opportunity, I'll say a bit of those. So that's the first one. The second thing, I think, then will be that if we are sustainable, if we are delivering our functions well, what exactly would that mean in terms of sustainability? I think the first and foremost is like you said, we need to look at our curriculum. We need to look at our curriculum. And my colleagues mentioned a number of things. One of the things that I think as business schools, we need to be able to equip our students with, which would guarantee sustainability of business schools, is the issue of ethics. especially on the African continent, ethics, integrity, ability to see things that are not yours and no one is watching, and you would still move away without picking it. And I talk about it this way because my background is public administration, and the African public administration context or environment gives us cause for concern. But if you were to go into every nook and cranny of every organization and a political space, you would find that business school products are the ones who are there. So this is something that I think we need to think on carefully. But sustainability of business schools would mean that business schools are quite resourceful enough to be able to pursue the agendas that we need. I am currently pursuing a number of things. For example, wanting to be Triple Crown accredited, it requires a lot of resources. And so business schools must be able to rake in the required resources to make sure that they are sustainable. They can exist today and they can exist tomorrow. We currently have quite a number of programs that are self-funding. And so I do not need to depend on government. I do not need to depend on the university. I am able to generate the resources that I require to be able to make investments. So I am able to invest in faculty members to attend conferences. I'm able to invest in faculty members to do research. I'm able to invest in faculty members to take a holiday. I'm able to take my staff to a 3-4 day retreat in a 5-star hotel so they can think properly, because they would have to be growing the next 5-star generals in business. They themselves must understand what that means and all of that. And so you've got to be able to generate resources. And one way of doing that is to ensure that you have programs that sell. And so I will be surprised if I have business schools that have run programs for 10 years and they have remained the same. And of course, to feed into the conversation that have been made already within the volatile environment in which we operate. So that's one aspect of making sure that your business school is sustainable. The other aspect is that it doesn't matter how much resources you generate internally, you are still unable, especially within the African business school context, you are still unable to generate all the resources that you need. My business school was built in 1962. At the time, there were 198 students in total. Today, in a single cohort of first years of undergraduate programs, our students, I admit 2,000. So at a single time, a 4-year program, at any point in time, I have a minimum of 8,000 students within the building that was built for 198 students. And it doesn't matter how much resources you can generate, especially from undergraduate programs, you are unable to take care of the infrastructure needs, the needs in technology, your ability to stay competitive in all spheres, including being a very competitive employer, because your colleagues are looking to be properly remunerated for their skills. And if they cannot find that, they move on. So you need to be able to then grow your links, both in government and out of government. So in private business and in public sector government. So I don't rely a lot on government, but I rely a lot on government agencies that have money, and I build network. I go to them, I speak to them. So I have government entities that generate money. For example, GNPC, which is the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, investing 3.3 million to build a facility for us. I have the National Lotteries Authority, donating a generator, a KVA, 500 KVA generator that costs almost $100,000. I have National Petroleum Gas Company, investing $100,000 to the school. We have alumni donating vehicles to support us and all of that. So a lot more is required to keep us sustainable. But I tell you that we also need to be able to stay competitive and ensure that our business model works. If the business model doesn't work, sorry, it's difficult. The last thing that I will say quickly, and then I'll allow you, Chair, to get our colleagues to speak, is the fact that business schools must recognize that looking at the population of the African continent and the youth board, there is no way we are going to be able to have jobs for all the students we train. There are no places for them. Ghana's economy was growing at 7% per annum, and it was the largest, the fastest growing economy until COVID. But even that, we are unable to take 10% of the students who finish their national service straight into jobs. And so we must be mindful that our sustainability, depends on our ability to diversify. And so I hear my colleagues talk about providing all of that. But how many of us, for example, have innovation hubs that support business students to grow their own ideas? How many of us can provide students with seed capital to venture into businesses? How many of us have curriculum that take a student who has a business idea from ideation to commercialization? How many of us have the resources to create spaces that allow them? How many of us allow business executives, private business people into our classroom to allow them to engage students and to, in a minute, be able to diagnose and say, this idea would work, that idea would not work, and all of that? How many of us do that? And we are unable in many cases because we are struggling financially. And so it is important that we look at it. Our innovation hub is just 6 months old. And within those 6 months, we have trained 27 groups of students with various business ideas. Some of them have already proceeded to commercialization. We have trained in these 6 months over 300 Ghanaian women across the regions and districts of Ghana on how to better do their businesses and commercialize. These are funded projects, but also that these are going in the long term to become sources of funding for the business school. And of course, to establish our imprint in the minds of the community, which will make us receive all the support that we need. Thank you very much, Chair.
Response that it begins with the university. The university should be able to show the lead by ensuring that they are able to have the ability to diversify and even support our students to attain not only being employed, but becoming employers to be able to address the issue and the problem of unemployment in the entire globe. Allow me now to move to Prof. Jonathan Mulwa. We cannot talk about tomorrow's world without talking about technology and the changing speed of technology. How can our business schools leverage on technology and innovation in order to enhance students' understanding and application of sustainability principles, which can be able to improve employability among our graduates?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think one thing, and I want to pick from where professors just left it. When we talk of sustainability in business schools, I think what we need to change is our mindset and to look outside. And when we talk of mindset here, we are looking at two things. We have the student, we have the industry, and probably the university now comes in as a third leg. You cannot talk about sustainability without talking about value proposition. And the value proposition we are talking about here is what is the desire of the student vis-a-vis what is the desire of the industry. The student of today appears to have moved a little bit ahead of the business schools in Africa and probably in the world at large. If I can talk about Kenya, we are still stuck around the business models of the 80s and the 90s. The Bachelor of Commerce that we are offering in this country is the Bachelor of Commerce that was picked by the Royal University College, the current University of Nairobi, from the UK system. The Bachelor of Business Management is the American Bachelor of Business Management that was picked by Moi University from the American business schools back in the year 1994. Our students don't require this. Students are able to make money and learn a lot through technology. So the universities need actually to leverage around technology and change their ways of delivery. Because I don't understand why a student who is making millions of money from TikTok would be interested in attending a physical class when he can sit at the comfort of his room and actually attend classes? So that's something that business schools need to think about. But looking at the industry on the other side, for business schools to be sustainable, then the question of what is needed there needs to be defined clearly. What is the value proposition? I asked Dr. Faith talk about what we need for purposes of enhancing employability of our students. And one thing that I picked is actually the mindset to change and the mindset to learn. Sometimes it disturbs me when a business student is thinking about just being a manager. But when we look around, the biggest CEOs we have around are engineers, we have people from other disciplines, and probably the business graduates are actually at the middle level of management. Why is this the case? They are not able to catch up or move up with technology as fast as is expected. And for that reason, their peers who are adaptive to learning and willing to learn are able to move ahead. So for business students business schools to remain sustainable, one, we need to incorporate technology in our way of delivery. Two, we need to think about what bearing technology have about our sustainability, because tomorrow I'm foreseeing a business school as being a wireless school, a virtual school, where you don't necessarily need to come to a university for you to get a business qualification. Are we able to live up to that expectation? Are we able to change our delivery modes? Are we able to change the classroom and move it from physical and make it virtual? The market out there is very large, but we are not able to reach it as business schools. The value there is very large. We have not been able to meet it because we are still stuck in our old ways of doing things. Today, maybe if I said I had to go to office to be able to attend this conference, it would not be possible. Probably you are hearing gunshots at my background, but courtesy of technology, I'm able to attend this webinar. Why can't I be able to teach virtually, just like I'm attending the conference virtually? It all has to do with the mindset. But technology is here to us, it's not going anywhere. So the business schools have to leverage into it if at all they will remain relevant and sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Through delivery and even through attainment of the virtual classroom experience, so that we can be able to incorporate students from all over the world who might be sometimes busy at what they do, sometimes already at the job market, and still be able to bring them on board and enable them to gain a few more relevant requisite skills and knowledge to help them to change the world. Allow me now to move to Dr. Faith again. Dr. Faith, many are the times when in a university setting, you find that every school wants to work on its own to achieve prosperity. But we well know that it is very difficult if we have one vision to work individually without working collaboratively to be able to achieve that common goal. How can business schools promote interdisciplinary collaboration and knowledge sharing among different departments and faculty in order to provide students with a holistic understanding of sustainability and to improve employability? Dr. Faith.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. That's a very, very good question. And allow me to start off with the words that my colleague Jonathan has just alluded to a few seconds back on the wireless faculty, which the wireless schools, which are the business schools the virtual schools, which are business schools, the big market out there that we can only tap into if we can only break the walls around us and be able to tap onto that potential. So riding on that, on those same words, the question is, this working in silos is one of the reasons why we have challenges of sustainability as business schools. So how can us in business schools think about ways to actually solve those kinds of working in silo schools and enhance collaboration? So first and foremost, in all our universities, we will come to realize, and actually I also want to borrow what you have just mentioned a few minutes back, that most of the students, for example, in Cavendish that we teach at a master's degree are people who totally have no background in business, but they're just coming in because they need this MBA just for them to pick a few academic legalizing degrees or qualifications for them to feel they have some small alignment with the academic version of business, but actually they are running very successful institutions and companies. So as a result, if we cannot be able to open and say, you know what, business schools, we will teach engineers, business schools will teach doctors, business schools will teach all this, how will we break the ability to work with the other participants? And also the other question for us business schools, for me, would be, how do you teach if you do not understand their background? So what does this mean? Starting point in regard to our curriculum, why won't we have guest lecturers, industrial practitioners who are non-business? Because these are the ones who are going to share the space which us as business schools have kept closed for quite some time, because we feel we don't want to know what is happening in other faculties. Yet, as a business school, our space is located in that intersection. If you're looking at a Venn diagram experience, for example, if you looked at industry, you looked at academia, you looked at government, and any other that you want to put in that Venn diagram space, business schools occupy that middle space, meaning we are serving across board everyone, every stakeholder from another space. So if we chose to work alone, then we'll be cutting ourselves off from what we can actually serve. So how do we break it? Let's open it up through collaboration in regard to bringing on practitioners to come and share in that space. Number two is the issue of research. The kind of research that we should be conducting should actually be interdisciplinary. Why? As we've said, we are the focal point of solution. A doctor will finish medicine, their ultimate goal is to make money, so they'll have to open a clinic. So they also want research in business management of health facilities. Same as engineers, same as this tech that we are talking about, same as fintech that we've been discussing previously, even in the sessions before. All these people need a business mind. So if you occupy this space as business schools and say, you know, for us, we are doing our research in accounting 311, we are doing our curriculum enhancement in this particular area, which is close to the world, we are only doing ourselves an injustice. So it is time for us to build interdisciplinary research. Number three, the first one, so what I was relating to is curriculum that brings on board industry, that brings on board other fields, because that's what we need. Curriculum alignment, which resonates with industry, can only be enhanced if we open space to having other practitioners join the business space. So two is about the kind of research that we do. Number three is interestingly how we are going to look at what industry or business, what skills that we need. We don't have skills to solve all the other challenges around us, but we believe that other faculties, other schools out there have these skills, which as business we need. So why do we have to close them out? We need to bring them on board. Number 4 critical issue is the issue of networking. Let us as business schools not stay only in the business space in terms of networking. We need to open up ourselves to the world of tech, as we've been mentioning. Tech is offering so much solution that we are not looking into. Then the other issue that I want to bring out is the issue of sustainability in regard to entrepreneurial programs. Now, the good thing is that one of my colleagues had already alluded to the issue of incubation. And for me, I believe that as we think about incubation from the angle of supporting our students, being able to think out of the box from when they join university until they exit. And even my colleague took it a notch higher and talked about the issue of seed funding, which has actually been a challenge, especially for me. I have a lot of, I'm seated with over 50 projects, which we cannot commercialize. And these projects are not necessarily in business. They are in all other spaces. So how do we fund this? We can only fund this by looking out for funders who actually are in those spaces. And so this is an opportunity that business faculties need to harness in order to step out in this zone. And by doing that, you are not just bringing in, of course, money for the students, but also creating a sustainability space that is going to build lasting collaboration. The other thing that I wanted to add is building up teams. And let these teams not just be business school teams. Let these be teams that actually bring on board various faculties. And I want to use an example of what we have been doing at Cavendish. So we have, every year we put together teams. Some of them have been lasting teams for the last 3 years, but some of them, because out of different interests of individuals, they just fall out. But in these teams, we make sure that we are deliberate. We have a lawyer on board because we have a faculty of law. We make sure we have technology on board because we have faculty of technology. We make sure we have public health on board. We make sure we have chemists on board. So then we have a business person on board. So these teams ideally step out, one, write research grants together. They do innovation projects together. They go out in a couple of excursions. And by doing so, we've noticed that this, in a way, opens up business faculties, or has opened up our school to looking at writing together, projecting together from a different perspective. Lastly, is the issue of career service. Now, as a faculty, one of the things is that we continue to challenge ourselves, both as staff, that our ultimate goal is a successful student, a successful graduate who looks at life differently. And we've also observed that we cannot do this from a silo point of view. As a result, we've said that a businesswoman or a business student, a business graduate will step out and be a successful advisor in a health space. So what does that mean? It means that we need to align this student with a health industry. So we've been deliberate in terms of that for internship. We've noticed that a business student will actually be successful in an engineering firm. So when we are looking out for internship, we make sure that they're aligned in that perspective. So as a result, career service support and growth has also been another opportunity for us to grow collaboration. So there's so much that we can think about as a business faculty, but just to crown it all, allow me to summarize in 5. So career service support for collaboration, research and innovation for collaboration, entrepreneurial programs for collaboration, networking opportunity for collaboration, and guest lecturership aligned to curriculum that enhances collaboration to avoid business schools not from working in silos. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faith. You've been able to take us through the bigger picture about interfaculty, interdisciplinary collaboration, and the need for us to collaborate for the mutual benefit of all members in the university, all faculty, students, to be able to benefit and gain multidisciplinary skills and knowledge which they require in order to become highly employable and highly sustainable in the fast-paced moving world. She's been able to, of course, tell us issues about interdisciplinary, interfaculty collaboration in terms of research work, in terms of building up teams which are multidisciplinary, which can participate in grant writing, doing innovations together, and even encouraging issues of guest lectureship, which can be able to give our students the best experience, which can be able to grow them later in their career. Thank you very much, Dr. Faith. Allow me now to move to Dr. Edward Owino. We have been talking about ability for quite some time now, and tell us briefly what are part of the measures? What are the ways in which we can measure the impact of sustainability initiatives on student employability, especially in our business schools? How can we measure the impact of sustainability initiatives on student employability? Dr. Wino.
Thank you very much. Once again, Chair, I'm happy to come back again. Sustainability is at the core of the ongoing Sobarc 3 deliberations, and we are looking for ways of ensuring that through understanding sustainability, we are able to make the world better for us and even better for those who will come after us. So the question before us is how we can measure the impact of sustainability of our graduates and so on and so forth. So as a measure of the impact, of course, you would want to start by understanding the current situation and taking the situation after. Then the difference perhaps could be attributed to your efforts towards sustainability. That before we infused sustainability maybe into our curriculum, these were the levels of employment of our graduates. And after infusing the same into our curricula, either employability increased by this much, and therefore this gives us an accurate metrics of the effect of introducing sustainability into our teaching efforts. Besides this, we can also look at the initiatives by our graduates that after they've gone through our programs, which have sustainability embedded in them, what are these creative or innovative ways that they have come up with, which are able to impact on us today and is able to impact on future generations? Are there some wow effects that they have come up with that we can say that a graduate from this and that school has come up with this innovative idea that will actually define humanity in the future? And sustainability is not only of interest to the graduating groups, it might also be of interest to the industry, that some other times the industry will pick up the students based on their creative and innovative ideas. So again, are there industry initiatives maybe geared towards the universities and particularly the School of Businesses, where the industry wants to collaborate with certain students because they have come up with an idea that touches on sustainability and which would, of course, also add value to them as interest? How many of such ideas are being sponsored by the industry in terms of supporting the student ideas. This could be another way to gauge our effect of sustainability on the graduate students. Perhaps I can leave it at that point to allow my colleagues weigh in.
Dr. Eduardo Wino for those wonderful insights that we have to look at initiative by our students, what have they done, which we can be able to gauge about their sustainability initiative, and especially our graduates, what are the initiatives that they have been able to come up with, which can be ranked towards creating a difference in the world. Allow me to pose our last question to Prof. Justice Bawole before we can welcome Q&A. Prof. Bawole, tell us briefly, Dr. Faith talked about the need for universities to collaborate, both interdisciplinary, that is internally, and interfaculty, which again is internally. But I want to pose to you a question about the need for universities, and especially business school, to be able to collaborate with the industry. Do you think that that is the way to go? And how can they, business school, go a long way towards collaborating with the industry in order to ensure that they give their students the best experience during their study? Prof.
Thank you very much. It's not only essential, in fact, it's existential. It's the survival of the university, especially a business school, is extremely tied to how well you get connected with industry. And I'll tell you a couple of things. Number one, who are you training for? You're training students for who? For industry. Do you care what they think? Do you care what their reflections are? What verdict do they have on the quality of your students? And what space do you give them to be able to contribute to that? Very crucial. And so in recent times, not a single new program have we developed or revised a curriculum without engaging industry. In some cases, we have had to do 4, 5, 6 sessions of meetings with industry to work with industry, to get them to give us inputs on the curriculum, to help us to define what skill sets we should be equipping the students with, and what have you. So when I chair my school management committee and you're a head of department, you come with a new program, it will not pass until I've seen very concrete evidence of industry inputs. That way we help. And because we have done this, there's been significant uptake of new programs that we develop. We also work with not only industry, but also with the professional bodies. So we're working with the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana. We have MOU with the ACCA. We have MOU with SIMA. And these bodies look at our curriculum. They make input into the curriculum, and they help us to train the students because they support the faculty in the way that the material and things are prepared. And so you finish our BSc program, BSc in administration, you major in accounting or you major in finance, you have exemptions, 9 exemptions from Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana or ACCA. And that takes you very closer to your ability to become a professional accountant, and therefore much easier to find yourself a job. So the role of industry in the development of curriculum and the space that we have for them helps us. The other most important reason why we need to work with industry, I made mention of it earlier, is the fact that we need resources. Industry has money. Companies are looking for products, and they are not looking for products in the form that they develop them. They are looking for knowledge products. They are looking for how to improve their services, their productions, their distribution lines, on all of that. They are looking for research evidences that help them to do what they do better. Oftentimes, they would give this out to consultants. But I think universities are the most important consulting units that industry can relate with. So engaging with industry allows you to be able to get some of the industry resources that you require to be able to expand the work that you do. It's also important because as we speak, it is if industry is not expanding enough, there is an immediate pushback to the students that we train. So industry is not expanding. It is our business to make sure industry expands. And our contribution to the conundrum of why businesses aren't doing well, look at the medium and small scale enterprise landscape in Africa. Every business, 90% of businesses established die before they are 5 years old. A significant number of those that stay on are not able to employ more than 3 people. It's become the case that if you want your business to die early, employ people other than yourself, and you kill it in the next year. And so how do we contribute to ensuring that businesses do well? And how do we ensure that the space out there is such that we can also influence the success of businesses to create space for our people? Maybe we should be very blunt and tell ourselves the reality that we pretend to know how to train students for industry. But most of us have never managed a business. Most business school faculty have just done masters, and then they have proceeded to become a professor, and they are pretending to know all of it from reading books in some cases that are not even relevant to the African continent. So why not bring industry in? So in our case, we have what we call corporate executive in residence. So we employ, big business people. We appoint them as corporate executive in residence. This is a non-paying position, but they can come to the class anytime. They can engage students, they can engage faculty, and they feel proud that they are employed as corporate executive, or they are appointed as corporate executive in residence to the University of Ghana Business School, and they put it on their CV. But what that also allows us to do is that to help to chip and say, hey, you are with us, we are together. Can we have a bit of your resources so we can do better what it is we do, and all of that. And by virtue of that, can you create space for our students to do internship? Can you create space for our students to get employed in your place and stuff like that? So working with industry is something that we do not have a choice if we have to continue to exist. And I think that if we are not doing that well enough, we should do that enough. Our students, when they leave, they go there, they become big people. My innovation hub was solely sponsored by one alumna. My computer lab was sponsored by one person, and as I said, 3 of our former students said, well, we need our alumni office to work well. We are buying a vehicle for the alumni office to be able to work. And I tell you, anytime that I get time, I make time and go to town, I come back more resourceful than I have been. And not only in terms of money, but also in terms of ideas. We operate what we call a corporate advisory group. And these are a body of 15 CEOs of both national and international organizations. We assemble them once a semester, and we tell them, this is what we are doing. Can you give us ideas on what we should do better? And you would typically feel terribly assaulted and butchered by the time that you finish. But when you recover, you will find a lot of refreshment in the critiques that you got from these accomplished business people. So colleagues, I think we cannot say this more, but that we do not have a choice but to keep working with industry. Thank you very much, sir.
Prof. Bawole is telling us that the question is not whether there is need for industry collaboration, but when that should start and immediately starting to enjoy the benefits out of it. He's been able to talk about the need for the universities to collaborate with professional institutes offering various professional programs, the need for industry to collaborate with the university in terms of faculty participating in consultants, and is talking about a great picture of a win-win situation whereby both the university and the industry will benefit. The university will provide solutions on how the industry can be able to expand. The industry will provide solutions and opportunity to our students, and therefore, again, it's talked about the need for university to leverage on alumni as providing solutions having been there before, our students, they have gone out there and they have become industry leaders. We need to bring them on board, and they even participate in as part of guest lectures, and even sometimes once they attain the required academic qualification, we can have them, the corporate leaders, to be part of the faculty, and we can be able to grow our universities. And that collaboration is something which should be able to go a long way towards helping our universities to be able to remove the gap which has been there for the longest time possible, the gap between the universities and the industry. Thank you very much. At this point, we want to handle a few questions, and therefore we move to our Q&A. Kindly, if you have a question, type it in the chat forum here, and we'll be able to have it addressed. Edward Mujuka has written here that I like the insight from Fiona, that I think he meant Dr. Faith, that universities should just facilitate innovation and incubation, but let individuals package themselves in their own right. My question is the willingness, propensity of universities in this undertaking. That question, maybe Dr. Faith can handle. How can universities be able to show the willingness, prosperity in terms of only supporting innovation and incubation, but letting individuals to package themselves in their own right? Maybe we can hear from Dr. Faith in 1 minute.
Oh. Okay, thank you so much, moderator, and thank you for the good question. So first and foremost, I think that the person asking the question is wondering how can universities actually support innovation from the arm of, if you have all these incubated products or innovative products, to feel that the benefit is ideally identified with the innovator and the incubator instead of the university as a whole. I think if I pick this from the previous discussion that was there even before this roundtable, first and foremost, universities need to provide space to propel individuals other than universities. And I'll use a very known example locally here in my country, Uganda. Last year, we had a senior staff in one of the universities who developed a COVIDex, which was just $1 in the midst of COVID drama that was being experienced in Uganda. That was in 2021. And immediately the product came out, it hit the market, and it was actually an in context solution because there were lots of deaths happening as a result of COVID. The university came up to claim full ownership of the patent rights and intellectual rights for the product. So as a result, the faculty was sidelined and they have been in court for quite some time. So that is something that this person is trying to align to. So how can universities actually support? So first and foremost, let there be clear intellectual properties on who owns this product that the students and the staff have been able to develop. And then two, there should be that leverage of whereby even individuals who have been able to come up with these interesting prototypes being propelled by universities, because at the end of the day, if a product succeeds in the market, even if it's the developer getting benefit, this product has a home where it has come from, and this home is the university. Otherwise, then people will feel discouraged because they feel even if I develop a product, it will be attributed to the university, and what will be my benefit? So there's need for clarity in terms of the legal ownership of the product, and that's the most critical one. And then of course the other one is the support. How does the universities, especially the business schools, how do they grow an innovative mindset and push forward an innovative spirit among staff by providing staff in terms of incubation space, alignment with industry, solution-oriented mindset, and a fora whereby developers and incubators can find seed funding, time to incubate, because that's the other thing. I mean, you can have all these good ideas, but there's no space to think. There's no space to put into practice what you're actually coming out with. And also there's no seed funding for you to incubate and commercialize some of these innovations. I submit, moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Faith. There's a comment here by Dr. Jackson Indolo that very insightful, innovative ideas and experience from the best of the best deans in Africa. Kudos, brethren, and I want to say kudos to Prof. Justice Bawole, Dr. Faith, Dr. Jonathan, Professor Jonathan, and Dr. Edward Owino. Let me move to the next question. There's a question here by Elijah that how do we deal with our irrelevant curriculum we have inherited? How do we deal with them? And I want to pose that question to Prof. Jonathan Mulwa. How can we deal with the irrelevant curriculum which we have inherited, which are currently being executed in our universities?
Okay, thank you. The question of irrelevant curriculums is actually a big issue in this country, and I think just as pointed out, it's something that we need to address as a matter of priority. Just as I said earlier in our presentation, and I was very specific with two programs. The Bachelor of Commerce we ran in Kenya was adopted from the British system. The Bachelor of Business Management was adopted from the American system of education. It is no longer working here in Kenya and actually in Africa at large. Sometimes it disturbs me when, as a finance person, I have to teach Kenyan students the issue of NHS problems among businesses in Africa. That is no longer the problem that we are now suffering as a country and as a continent. When I tell them that there is a battle between the principals and agents, when in this country we know that we have moved that battle a little bit a notch higher. It's now a problem of principals vis-a-vis the principals. Having boards that are actually expropriating their own, representing shareholders. I have a problem with such British models and the like because they are not working with us. But what is the solution? We need to look at the problems that we have in our industry, engage our industries in curriculum development, engage the industry stakeholders, the employers and the regulators that we have, so that we can come with solutions to our own problems. And I want to give an example that was given somewhere by one of the renowned Kenyan professors, Professor D.L.O. Lumumba. When you look at a country like Rwanda, after genocide, they went two ways, the village way of doing things and the judicial system. We had the judicial system sitting in Arusha. How many people have been prosecuted successively? But those who went through the village way, they have been assimilated through their own mechanisms. So that tells you that we tend to really rely too much on Western systems that are not working for us. Let's look outward. Let's ask ourselves, what are the problems that we want our students and our graduates to address within the African setting? And we can only know that by engaging the industry stakeholders and everybody who matters. Just as Professor asked, who are we training for? We are training for the industry. We need this industry to tell us where the shoe pinches. But so long as we still want to imagine that the professors are in an island where they know it all and the industry should just take in what we do, then we are getting it wrong. It's high time that we got an inclusive curriculum development model where everybody comes in together, we address our problems, instill them in the curriculum, and then come up with the local solutions that are engraved in those curriculums. I think that's what we'll get out of the way of having an irrelevant curriculum. And I want to pick one case. I think in most African universities, we are still teaching a course called State, Society and Development here in Kenya. But we teach purely about Somalia as a failed nation state, Somali this, Somali that. we have internal problems that can go into our curriculum that are probably far worse than what we have in curriculum. I mean, in Somalia. Thank you.
Chair, we can't hear you. You may have to.
Sorry for that. I hope you can now be able to hear me. And to our third question, a question from CPA Eric Yaga. Many of the times when in Africa, we have believed that people who get their qualification from out of the country, they tend to be highly qualified than those who get them locally. The question is about how can we change that perception and make it known that we can be able to locally offer the best, and those who even study locally in our countries, they get to be highly marketable, even in addition to those who study from abroad. There's a question directed to Dr. Edward Owino. Dr. Owino?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a well thought of question, and indeed is an issue, it's a contemporary issue of concern. We still have a situation where some of our able citizens actually look for opportunities to go and study abroad when we have similar institutions locally. And they believe that when you carry a foreign certification, then perhaps you're more qualified as compared to a local graduate. So to demystify this myth, we're saying that this is the reason as why we have local conferences like the Sobarc 3. It is a forum where actually we have skills from Africa being showcased. I think if you are in yesterday's forum, you saw so many professors from Africa, of course, besides the ones from the other countries, actually telling it all and telling us about African problems being solved by African solutions. So a forum like this one, a conference like this, gives an opportunity for us to also showcase our abilities and skill sets. Number two, and I think I'm picking these solutions again from yesterday's presentation, that there is a lot of emphasis that you must publish in foreign journals. I was very happy that one of the professors was presenting yesterday. He was actually an editor of an African journal. And I wrote it down, and I'm planning to present my next paper on that journal. That why must we always look towards the West if your paper is to be referred to be as a quality paper? We must also be able to publish in our own papers and actually add them to our resume and indicate that indeed you've published in a high-end journal. I think research can also come in handy here. That yes, some of my colleagues discussing today have just mentioned that why should we always rely on research output from the West? Why can't we have our own local research solutions? Professor Mwawes just talked about the agency theory, that he finds it very difficult to domesticate it in the African context, that we can actually come up with our own research output which address our own local problems, and by so doing, indicate or answer to the question that the African academic growth has come of age. Again, borrowing a leaf from yesterday's presentation, there was something on decolonizing the curriculum. There was a presenter, professor, who talked about decolonizing the curriculum. That again, we want to localize our curriculum so that the curriculum speaks to the needs of the continent as opposed to relying on foreign curriculum and indicating that only the foreign curriculum is more superior as compared to the local curriculum. So I think this is a discussion that can be endless, and allow me to submit at that point, Chair.
Thank you. Our last question is from Peter Kabuka, which I want to direct to Prof. Bawole. Kindly, the question is about what is the take of deans on the effect of teaching workload on innovation, collaboration, and research. Prof?
Thank you very much. Before, let me quickly respond to the question by CPA Eric Senda. So I tell my students that the dean of the school has quality that is comparable anywhere, and I'm being sought after by all of the institutions that people consider as Ivy League institutions. I show my students the quality that my faculty has, and I show them that we train PhDs in the University of Ghana Business School who are employed in these prestigious universities that people want to run away to. We train students here who are working in all of the professional organizations and multinational companies everywhere. So I show students the evidence that people who have been trained here have headed multinational companies and have led those companies to grow. So if you get an education here, it is not an inferior certificate. Of course, if you want to get a degree from Oxford or wherever it is, that's up to the individual. But it must not be because you think that that degree offers you more advantages than it does you will get from the University of Ghana, for example. The point about workload is a major challenge. As I gave the statistics, and I'm sure that the questioner was listening at the time, I have 8,000 students. I have 97 faculty members. I have 3 times that number in part-time, what we call adjunct faculty of professionals who work in town, to make sure that we reduce the workload. Because the reality is that we all have 24 hours, and you can be a superhuman being, but you cannot extend that 24 hours. You just have to work within that. And so the reality of huge student numbers, a lot more teaching to do, a lot of marking, a lot of engagement with students actually takes you away from quality teaching, quality research, and it takes you away from quality engagement with students and innovation and related stuff. That is why I insist, for example, to my colleagues, heads of department, that make sure that you go to town. And I tell my colleagues, faculty members, when you go to town and there are people who have capacity to support us in teaching the course as adjunct, so we can reduce the workload on colleagues. It is not possible to be superhuman as lecturers. Something will suffer. The feedback you give to students will suffer. The quality engagement will suffer. In fact, your own mental health will suffer. And there is anecdotal evidence to show that when COVID brought in a lot of pressure, the faculty's propensity to be angry, to explode and to shout on students actually went up. And so we needed to make sure that we have reduced the workload pressure, to make sure that the mental health of our colleagues have been improved, so that they can have quality engagement with our students. It's something that we cannot run away from, and I think that we should include. In Ghana, the government gives clearance for employment. So as dean, even though I want to recruit, I am unable to recruit because government hasn't approved. But again, in the business school, it is that which makes it easier for me, is that I have some resources that I generate from internally from my special programs for weekends and for evening, and I spend that part of that money. So currently I'm going to recruit 10 other new faculty members to reduce the pressure, and I'm going to pay them until government gives us opportunity to offload them. So we must think, creatively on how to solve the problem. Otherwise, we will kill ourselves in the name of wanting to do all the work alone. Thank you.
For that wonderful insight. Because of time, we may not be able to handle all the questions, and I will request that we have them typed on the chat forum under the Q&A, and our deans will be responding to them. I have noted already a few have been responded. At this point, I want to request that in 1 minute, kindly give us your closing remarks, starting Dr. Owino. Kindly in 1 minute.
Thank you once more, Chair. In my closing remarks, I want to put across the fact that our end product, the graduates who graduate from the university, are input into the industry. And as a result of which, perhaps as colleagues present here, we should always put concerted effort in equipping these schools with the requisite skills that can enable them to be innovative, that can enable them leverage on technology, and that can enable them ensure the sustainability of practice across the globe. So with those remarks, I want to wish us all the best.
Prof. Mulwa, you can give your parting shot.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe a minute before I give the parting shot, there was a question that was asked which emanated from our initial discussion, so now we became deans. The question was that the appointments for deans of school have been politicized. In other situations, they have become appointed. I think it's in response to some concerns. Previously in Kenya, deans would be elected, which I think ended up to getting popular people as opposed to delivery. And I think most universities are cognizant of this fact and have amended their statutes to make deans actually appointed by council, but in a competitive process where anybody who is interested applies, shortlisting is done, and you're interviewed by council. At least performance has taken the center stage as opposed to popularity. But to my parting shot, I think I want to say that all is not lost for business schools, only that we need to look into our models and remain sustainable. We are now in a situation where we have to move from our traditional ways of doing things, whether it regards to teaching, whether it regards to attraction of funds and our other operational issues. I think it's high time that the academic in business schools stops looking at himself as that person who lives in an island just to make money, enjoy the party sites of being a lecturer, and connect with other schools. Because for a long time, business schools have been isolated from other schools for a reason or the other. But working as a team across other disciplines, interdisciplinary teams, all is not lost. Business schools can still revolutionize themselves and become more sustainable than they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Faith, your parting shot.
Thank you so much, moderator, for this wonderful session. So allow me to use the words of Alvin Toffler, who says that the elites of the 21st century are not going to be people who cannot read and write, but they are going to be a set of people who cannot unlearn, relearn, and continuously learn the changing environment. So as a business school, the challenge is upon us that when we are setting the guidelines, the policies for these business schools, we need to have our eyes set on the changing terrain of industry and the environment that we work in. That if we keep with that kind of focus, then it will mean that the kind of curriculum that we design, review, align, which I want to call curriculum alignment, experiential learning that we give to our students, involvement of industry in the way we get them to be in the classes, and the kind of package that we give our students in regard to the academic skills that they need and the skills they need thereafter will be something that is very, very vital. So as business schools operating in the 21st century or the fifth industrial revolution,
Recording stopped.
It is important that we keep our eyes on that focus. I submit.
Recording in progress.
Number one, just to say thank you to KCA for inviting me. Dr. Jackson Dolo, thanks for inviting me to be in Kenya this morning. Number two, we have no other way but to keep working and looking around us. I think the solutions are within us. Number three, let's see the young people who are entrusted to us as if they were our own children. And if our own children won't go through the curriculums that we give these young people, we need to rethink it. Number four, our continent is relying on us. There is a lot more that we can do, but we are able to do that by working together. Putting units across universities to work together and to get encourage the students to work together amongst themselves. So we get engineering students working with business students, we get business students working agriculture students. If you don't have a multi-talented or multidisciplinary group, you don't get help from us in the business school. And I think that the push is for us to continue to see how business schools can remain relevant, but it begins from us. We have to work in the way that responds to the industry the industries that we serve, and of course to the mandates that we all have. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very much. It has been a pleasure to have you, Prof. Bawole. It has been a pleasure to have you all the way from Ghana, University of Ghana, School of Business. It has been a pleasure to have you, Dr. Faith, all the way from Uganda, Dean, Faculty of Business and Management, Cavendish University. Dr. Edward Owino, it has been a pleasure to have you, being one of our panelists, being our very own Dean of School of Business, and the convener of Sobarc 3, Dr. Professor Jonathan Mulwa. A pleasure to have you all the way from Rongo University, Dean School of Business. Dr. Mulwa and the professor, we want to congratulate you. You know, you have been a professor for 1 week, and we keep on forgetting each time we call upon your name. I've been your moderator. I know we cannot exhaust this conversation. It is an ongoing conversation. I want to appreciate all the dear delegates for finding time to participate in this particular session. And I have been your moderator, Dr. Ibrahim Tirimbo Ndabu, with our rapporteur, Dr. Michael Njogo. Thank you very much. Pleasure to have you on board. At this point in time, we've come to the end of this session, and we want to break briefly for lunch. 20 minutes. We should be back here around 1:30 p.m. East African time. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Long to have you in the afternoon. Bye-bye.
Na hiyo inaongea.
Silence in the room.
Covering latest thinking and techniques in the practices of risk management. Join us to learn more.
Welcome once more, our dear delegates, to the afternoon session. We believe you have taken a break, you have had your lunch, and it's time for us to kick off for the afternoon session. We want to thank the presenters and moderators of the morning session. You did a wonderful job, and we look forward to an exciting afternoon. At this juncture, I want to welcome Dr. Okonga. Dr. Okonga is going to take us through the first session of the afternoon. Who is Dr. Okonga? Dr. Okonga is a senior lecturer at the School of Business in Marketing and Management. She holds a PhD in Marketing from the University of Zululand, South Africa. She has been a visiting lecturer at the Chandigarh University in India, and she has served as a chair of department at the School of Business under the Business Administration and Management. So members, join me to welcome Dr. Okonga to lead us in the next session. Welcome, Daktari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bunyasi, for that brief introduction. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of us, both panelists and presenters to this prestigious Sobarc 3. I want to thank each one of you for the efforts you have put in. For those who have joined us from different parts of the world, thank you very much. May you be blessed and join us again another time. I want to introduce to you one professor, very renowned, Professor Ken Kamoche, who is a professor in human resource management and organization studies at the University of Nottingham. This very professor who has joined us has earned his BCom in accounting and finance at the University of Nairobi, one of our very own. Then he won a Rhodes Scholarship and proceeded to Oxford University, where he earned a Master of Philosophy and Doctor of Philosophy in Management. This same Professor Ken Kamoche has taught in both full-time and part-time in many countries, including France, Portugal, Australia, Thailand, Hong Kong, Chile, and our very own country, Kenya. He's a man who believes in buy Kenya, build Kenya. He describes himself as a global scholar. You will agree with me that with such a man, with such an experience, must have published. He has published over 80 articles in top journals and has written 6 books on management. Ken is particularly passionate about leadership, especially as it pertains to Africa. And you know that our conference has a lot to do with leadership. And so we must pat ourselves on the back and say, we have sourced one of the right people for this particular conference because he's quite passionate about leadership. So if we were physical, I would ask you to put your hands together to invite one of our own, Professor Ken Kamoche. Professor, feel free to take the stage. It is yours. You are one of our own, and so we know that you have come to add a lot of value to our Sobarc 3. Karibu sana, Professor Kamoche.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okonga. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm just setting up my camera appropriately here so that yeah, I've got a proper picture. Are you able to see my screen there in front of you?
Very well.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks a lot for that very kind introduction. It's an honor for me to be part of this conference. And may I say that I was very privileged to visit your campus earlier this year. And I'm looking forward to a lengthy and productive relationship with yourselves. So thanks a lot to Dr. Mary Mwanzia for extending the invitation to me and to Dr. Owino as well. What I'm going to do for the next maybe 20 or so minutes is share with you some thoughts about the work that I have been doing and why I'm interested in issues to do with leadership and talent management in a context of change. So the first thing to note is that although I don't want to spend too much time working through the literature, but I'll point to some important developments that have characterized the field. But I'm also very keen on how we can learn from the existing literature, but also develop ideas from the African continent. As this was mentioned by Dr. Konga in that very kind introduction, I'm Kenyan myself, having been born and raised there. And I visit Kenya a few times every year. And other parts of Africa, I work very closely with universities in various parts of Africa. And I'm always fascinated by the number of ideas that come from that continent, which unfortunately are not always acknowledged in the mainstream literature. And that's one of the issues that I'm going to be addressing today. So I think many of you who are familiar with leadership theory would have come across concepts like transactional leadership, transformational leadership. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about those, but just to highlight the fact that these are some of the more traditional views about who are leaders and what is leadership about. They inform much of the debate in classroom discussions, but also in our relationships with stakeholders, both in industry and in policy. Now, when Burns came up with these ideas, his view was that leaders and followers raise one another to higher levels of morality and motivation. Now, I want to highlight the notion of morality there, ethics, and morality as key components of what it is to be a leader, and why sometimes it is so difficult, and why it is so important for us to be thinking about and talking about leadership. And not just at the university. I was very privileged to listen to some of the comments in an earlier session where we had deans of business schools talking about what it means to be a dean and the challenges that people are facing. So the challenge of leadership is a prevalent one. It cuts across business schools. It cuts across industry. It cuts across the countries and the continent as a whole. But we often tend to think about how to create leaders, how to make people leaders, effective leaders, and what it means to be a leader. We don't always look at those the underbelly of the leadership debate. We don't always consider the fact that much of what we consider to be leadership behavior is actually engaged in corporate scandals, corruption. These are issues that have become prevalent in the society as a whole. But in the business school, we don't necessarily consider these to be very crucial elements. And that for me is, I think, is a weakness. So much of the literature on leadership emphasizes the positive, the transformational aspects, which are important, and yet it avoids or ignores the more destructive or darker characteristics of leaders. That's a quote taken from O'Hara, a very interesting study. Now, there are those who have now begun to realize, scholars who have begun to realize that we need to understand the other side of leadership, especially because organizations and countries in a state of flux are under so much pressure to move to the next level, to develop themselves, to motivate their employees, and to motivate their citizens, to create a vision and to realize that vision. But how can you realize a vision and actualize that vision if there is something fundamentally wrong with the leadership and with the leaders themselves? So according to O'Reilly and Chapman, like transformational leaders, narcissists, they identify the notion of narcissism and narcissistic leaders. They can also demonstrate vision and charisma, right? That moves people to action. But their goals, which are often masked, we don't often know what these narcissistic leaders are aiming to do, are ultimately self-serving and lacking integrity. Now, the issues of morality and integrity were raised earlier in the conversation, and they're really important. And if we look around our society, if we question the leaders, if we look at their behavior, if we look at what they say and what they try to achieve, whom are they motivating? Whose interests are they serving? Are they able to bring about the change that is required in order that African countries and African economies can grow? So Schmidt describes toxic leaders as narcissistic, self-promoters who engage in an unpredictable pattern of abusive and authoritarian supervision. And I think we recognize that the authoritarian leadership styles both within business and within the economy as a whole are a throwback to an earlier era. We live in a world of enlightenment now, where people both in organization and in society at large are more familiar with their rights and they're more prepared to challenge. And therefore, the kinds of leadership that we describe as toxic, narcissistic, are no longer fit for purpose. So it's important that, and I always encourage my students who want to say that they want to study leadership, I say to them, what is it exactly you want to learn about leadership? What contribution do you want to make? How can we build on the existing literature? Can we open up the space to look at new developments, new theories, new ways of thinking? So there have been some emergent perspectives, and some of you will be familiar with these. I will not dwell too much on them, but you have come across ethical leadership, authentic leadership, the idea of a servant leader. Now, this is a really important one because it's very much about leaders humbling themselves as humble stewards of their organizations, according to Greenleaf. So the very first issue relating to the servant leader is that he or she is there to serve, not to lead. Now, it sounds simplistic. And in fact, much of this work on the servant leader has drawn very much from religion. As a Christian, for example, I recognize and I'm aware that Jesus did not come to be served, but to serve, right? And you'll find the same rationale in other religions. So, what can we learn from visionary religious leaders? What can we learn about the idea of serving, turning the idea of being served on its head? What is it that we can learn about authentic leadership? What makes it authentic? What is the meaning of authentic leadership? I'd just like to share some thoughts from a paper that one of our more recent publications, which was on ethical leadership. And we were looking at lessons from Africa for international management. So the first thing I would like to say is that one of the things that drew me to academia, having worked as an auditor for about a year or so after my first degree, was the lack of scholarship emanating from Africa. When I studied my BCom at the University of Nairobi, we were using books written by Americans and British authors. So the whole education was about when we're talking about financial statements, they were quoted in dollars. And at some point, we even had a book published in India. So it was telling us about rupees. Now, nobody had any idea what rupees were about. It was disorientating. We wanted to see books and to learn from books that reflected who we were and our reality, but that was not happening. It is my hope that that situation has changed today. And perhaps the next time I visit a library in a university in Kenya, I'll be able to see books by African writers which speak to African issues, African realities. So this particular paper, which you're welcome to have a look at, looks at what is it that we can learn about ethical leadership. So we're not just looking at the negatives. We're not just saying that there are bad things going on. We want to see what lessons can we draw. And that has always been for me an important issue. In other words, what can we learn from the African continent? What can African scholarship contribute? Not just about leadership, but also about a whole range of other topics and lessons out there, from culture to teamwork to group relations and so forth. And there are particularly important questions that are being asked today. There's a much bigger community of African scholars or people who have an interest in African scholarship than there was maybe 20, 30 years ago. So that's an important development. So authentic leadership, again, I'll refer you to some of the literature that highlights important points such as having positive values. People who have positive values about their moral perspective, including altruism, kindness, fairness, accountability, compassion. Are these the values that we see in our leaders today? Are these the values that we would like to see in our leaders, whether they be in business, in politics? What about the notion of self-awareness, about the kind of values that they create and the belief systems that they foster, and how consistent are those with the expectations of the society as a whole? Now, self-regulation is really important here because it's about the consistency of what people are saying and what they are doing. Is there transparency with it in their dealings that they have with the people, including their followers? And that is often a big challenge. So if say you're coming to me and saying, I would like to do a PhD on leadership, I would pose some of these questions to you. And by the way, we're always encouraging and welcoming PhD students in this area and in many other areas. So these are fundamentally important issues that not only affect our everyday lives, but also determine if you like, the trajectory of economic development. I mentioned in the title that I'll be talking about leadership and talent management. Why am I interested in talent management? Without boring you too much with the details about what talent is and how talent management differs from human resource management, I just want to draw your attention to this so-called war for talent that McKinsey wrote about in 1997. It's been quite a while now. But it's still a debate. There is an increasing debate about the notion of focusing on talents and how distinctive it is from so-called traditional human resource management. So there are those who argue that there are specific issues that pertain to unique qualities that individuals face. And some view it as either an exclusive or exclusivist paradigm, whereby you're identifying small numbers of people and it is elitist, or whether you see talent management in a broader context of giving each and everybody an opportunity to develop. Now, we did a study, I and a colleague, in Hong Kong on management trainees, published a couple of years ago, and we identified this notion of elitism. But I don't want to dwell on it because I think what's really important is that everyone is endowed with a particular talent. But it's the challenge here is, how can you create an inclusivist approach? How can you foster an approach that allows everybody a chance to develop and grow and realize their potential? And that, I think, is where the challenge lies, because this definition of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Development that defines talent management in the context of change, I should add, as talent consisting of those individuals who can make a difference to organizational performance, either through their immediate contributions or in the long term, by demonstrating the highest levels of potential. So here there's an element of the long-term perspective. What can people do? How can people achieve and realize their full potential? Hence the role of leadership, as you can see, because leaders will create and foster that environment, or they might destroy it. Some of the key features in that debate issues to do with, how do we define performance? What does it mean to be gifted? And so on and so forth. But again, I would refer you to some of the literature. Let me just point out this particular, just draw your attention to this paper that we published. I would encourage you to have a look at it if you're able to. We call it Talent Management, Identity Construction, and the Burden of Elitism. Now, why do we call this a burden? What we found in this particular study was that people who had been identified as high potential, being designated as future leaders, appreciated that designation, but they also found it a challenge. They found it a burden, the burden of expectation, a heavy weight placed upon your shoulders. And that, I think, is an important question, because for us, it means, how can you prepare people for the future without turning it into a burden? What I would like to do at some point is actually do a similar study within the Kenyan context. I've been speaking to various people, the University of Nairobi, for example, and it may be possible that we will design a study. If anyone is interested in being a part of such a project, by all means, feel free to contact me. But these people raise some important issues about how you marry theory and practice. And that's always an important undertaking in the research that we do. Now let me move on to the second part of my presentation, which is about what is the relevance of these issues and the challenge for Africa. Now, first thing to recognize is change is inevitable. The question for us is, are we going to be able to navigate that change sensibly, or are we going to be overwhelmed by change? And at the moment, I'm aware that Kenya is in the grip of this kind of economic and political paralysis. That's a major contradiction. How can we develop authentic leadership that speaks to those broad socio-political issues that affect people's everyday lives? So, and this is not just a Kenyan issue. Up and down the continent, we're faced with challenges, but also opportunities. Challenges and opportunities. And how do you marry those two? How do you reconcile those two? So in much of the work that we do, we might be far away in the UK, but we are very committed to understanding the issues that affect everyday lives on the African continent. I was in Kenya earlier this year and also Rwanda, and we are in the process of organizing a conference. I lead a group called the Africa Research Group that holds a conference every 2 years or so. We have held conferences in Kenya. With Daystar University, we've held conferences, a conference in Mauritius, as well as in places like China. And we bring together scholars, and we recognize that there are scholars who may wish to share their ideas with the community of researchers out there, but they're not able to go to the top conferences in the UK, America, and wherever. So we decided we're going to be going to Africa, hence this trajectory. So leadership within the African context. One of the issues that we find, or at least I find fairly problematic, is what you might call the reification of leadership or the edification of leaders. We put leaders on a pedestal. That becomes an obstacle to progress. But it is pretty much embedded within our cultures, within African cultures and values. I would just like to throw this statement out to you. This is from a Chinese philosopher going back many, many years, who say that a leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, we did it ourselves. I find that a very powerful statement of what it means to empower people, to the extent that the leader, while present and visible, is not a dominant force. It's not there breathing down the necks of everybody. And yet the people recognize that without that leader, they may have struggled. I've often been very fascinated by some of this philosophy from the East, and that kind of goes back to the year that I spent in Asia. I worked, as it was mentioned before, in a number of Asian countries. We started with, actually, the very first visit to Asia for me was when I was a master's student at Oxford, very interested in Japanese management. Spent a month in Japan as a young man, trying to learn what was it that made Japan successful. And they kept going back to this point about culture and leadership. They kept going back to this thing about innovation. I then decided to spend summers working in Thailand because it was seen as one of the upcoming tigers. Found it necessary to learn the Thai language, although I'm no longer fluent in it. And that for me was an education. Again, understanding the importance of culture, and I keep coming back to culture and leadership, and the idea of identifying individuals who not only were able to achieve, but were also able to contribute at the group level. And eventually I decided to go and settle in Hong Kong for a number of years. Initially it was supposed to be 2 years, but it ended up being about nearly 9 or 10 years. And what I found very fascinating was this blend of the West and the Eastern, partly because Hong Kong had been a British colony, and I went there after it was returned back to China. So it was while I was living in Hong Kong that I started getting interested in ideas about the Chinese approach to management. and the Chinese notion of culture and what comparisons we could draw with African culture. So concepts like guanxi, the idea of networking in the Chinese context. If you contrast that with some of the more emergent views about indigenous theory in Africa, such as Ubuntu, really interesting lessons there. But again, I go back to this idea of, trying to find out how much work has there been in the African continent. I came across a study that suggested that there was not very much work. And I was very disturbed by that view. So speaking to my co-author, Jeff, we came up with a response and we wrote this paper. It was published in a top journal, the Journal of International Business Studies. And this paper argues that there may not be that much work coming out from Africa on Africa in international business, but certainly if you look at other related fields, human resource management, organizational behavior, and so on and so forth, there's an enormous amount of work. This is work that we come across when we travel to various universities, to conferences, and through everyday interactions with scholars on the African continent. So I would encourage you to look at that paper. But again, I go back to the idea that I'm interested in looking at not just what is going on the African continent, but what lessons we can draw from other comparative regions around the world. Hence the idea of Asia. And I became very interested in the sort of China-Africa phenomenon. Did a study, published this paper in conjunction with a co-author at USIU, Stephen Nyambegera, and I was looking at the integration of the Chinese and African cultures in human resource management practice and the impact on job satisfaction. Associated with that study was a much broader investigation of what Chinese businesses were doing in Kenya as part of a broader study of what Chinese businesses are doing on the African continent as a whole. Now, this was a very interesting experience for me because when I first started doing this study, I was reaching out to businesses, Chinese businesses in Kenya, and they were not interested. In fact, I had to actually spend some time in China visiting some of the headquarters of some of the big Chinese companies and trying to get support for this research. But on arriving in Kenya, they didn't really want to know. They were suspicious. And I couldn't understand why. I found out at some point that they were suspicious because they kept on getting inquiries from people saying, we want to come and look at your licenses on this or that or the other. But people are simply soliciting bribes. So I changed tack. I came back the following year, or maybe about half a year later, this time with a Chinese scholar, a researcher, a friend of mine. This time we were welcomed with open arms. They understood that we're not just there to question them and to solicit anything, we're there to do a study. So, and this particular paper has spawned a huge amount of interest in the Africa, in the China-Africa phenomenon. And those of you who work in this area will be familiar with his work. But this was one of the very first papers. Sorry. This is one of the very first papers that looked at exactly what it was that Chinese businesses were doing on the ground, because we spoke to both the Chinese managers and the Kenyan workers who work for them. Some of the prior work in this area had looked at trade and investment, looking at broad economic statistics, which are very important. But to the best of our knowledge, nobody had actually gone to speak to the Chinese managers. Perhaps there was some work, but it hadn't gone into the mainstream literature. This paper was published in 2015. Since then, there's been a fair bit of work, and we're still continuing in this tradition. Much more recently, I have been interested in the whole notion of tourism, the Chinese tourists coming to Africa, because you find that when the Chinese are investing in Africa, they're not just coming as business people. Some of them will initially come there as tourists, or they might have an ulterior motive that they're going to come for investment, but they have something else they're doing. But sorry, I'm getting these interruptions. If you just sorry about that. So we decided to start looking at the whole notion of the China-Africa tourism. So working with a co-researcher, we published this paper again just a couple of years ago. I'm not an expert on tourism, but I was drawn to this notion, and we had this very complementary experience, I and this co-author. Now, some of you might be wondering, where had this interest come from? This interest in China. I mean, as I mentioned, I lived in Hong Kong for 9 to 10 years, but I asked my student, where do you get your inspiration from? And I get all kinds of answers. As for me, if you ask me, where does my inspiration come from? To research and to investigate issues in management. Some of it comes from the arts. So I write fiction. I write novels. This particular novel, Black Ghost, you can find a Kenyan edition or East African edition published by the East African Educational Publishers, and that's what it might look like. Or you might be able to find a copy online published by the UK. It was very much about the African experience in China. When I moved to Hong Kong, I became aware that there were Africans there. I didn't know that. I always thought of people, African diaspora as people who go to the West. But I was very taken by this idea that there were Africans who were living in Africa, in China, at the time of the Tiananmen massacre in 1989, and had put down roots, but were experiencing many different challenges. You may have seen that even during the pandemic, Africans were being blamed for the spread of COVID in some parts of China and being thrown out of their homes. Terrible things to be happening in this day and age. So there's a long tradition, and for me, this is a fascinating opportunity. So while I was writing papers on the China-Africa phenomenon, I was also exploring fiction. And perhaps when we meet, you could tell me what you think about this particular novel. So I would just like to, as I come close to concluding my comments, bring to your attention this particular study that was carried out by these a couple of authors, Robert Wright in Hong Kong, again, I believe Kenneth Brown, and basically what they wanted to know was, what do we think, what do we as scholars think is the role of education? What is education going to look like? Management education, and what are tomorrow's thought leaders going to look like? So I was very privileged to be asked to be part of this study. And I have requested Dr. Owino and Dr. Mwanzia to share with you this little booklet. It's only about 60-something pages. It's a little PDF. You will not be able to find it commercially, but we like to disseminate it because it distills the thoughts of a wide range of the distinguished scholars and what they believe needs to happen. And I would particularly like to share these thoughts with you in the light of the discussion that we've had earlier about the role of education, management education, the role of businesses and business schools. And without devoting too much time to it, if you scroll down that little booklet, you'll find my comments there. So this is what I said, and I will not read the whole thing, but just bits of it. Educating the next generation of thought leaders. And let's emphasize the word leaders, because that was really key in the context of this conference. It's about leadership. The thought leaders are the people, the next generation, who will be guiding the businesses and the countries to the next level. So the next generation will involve not only the use of novel technologies, techniques, and fanciful methodologies. Those are important, as we found during the pandemic. And by the way, this booklet was published in 2014, long before the COVID pandemic. But these were the thoughts that we had at the time. More importantly, a reassessment of the role of universities in driving global change. Now, so the challenge for you in KCA and in other parts of Africa, what is your university doing to drive change, not just locally, but at the international level? Advances in technology and social media create opportunities both to understand and change the world at a faster pace than within the traditional classrooms context. Again, we saw the changes that took place, how we flipped the classroom, how we engage students in completely unexpected ways. So I go on to talk about how a rich mosaic of cultural backgrounds not only epitomizes the complicated world we live in, but also offers fascinating opportunities for the student population to learn from each other. Now, that's something I find working here at the University of Nottingham, or in places where I've worked previously, where we have a diverse population. Now we have diversity, obviously, in Africa, certainly in terms of regional diversity, languages, and so forth. At the international level, what are we doing to attract students from other countries? Now, in my university, we're very keen on exchange and partnerships. Students coming in for a semester or a year. And these are really important opportunities because they open up people's minds. I was very delighted to hear one of your speakers earlier speak about her experience of ISEC. I was a member of ISEC as well when I was at the University of Nairobi. And ISEC was actually an eye-opener for me because it gave me my very first opportunity to see the world. I had a job in Poland, an internship, straight after my first degree. And since then, I've been able to engage with people from around the world because there's so much you can learn from each other. But I want to conclude with the final thought there. We must ask ourselves whose interests are served by the current pedagogical paradigms and whether we are merely equipping students with skills to secure employment or with a deep understanding of their responsibility to contribute towards a sustainable world. Are we just educating students who are going to be leaders to have big jobs, huge amounts of pay, or are they going to make significant changes to the world that they live in? I think that's a really important question that we should be asking ourselves. It strikes at the very heart of sustainability. And going back to the issues about ethics and ethical leadership and authentic leadership, how much of that are we actually building into our curriculum? So I'm sort of tying together these issues about talented people, people with high potential, but the idea that they are part of a pipeline into senior leadership management roles. But they need the context in order to be able to thrive. So some concluding thoughts here, Chair, if I may. So we recognize that talented people want to exploit their talents, but may be hindered by lack of opportunities, low empowerment, and toxic leadership. So as a wrap up, I've highlighted some of these key words here: talented people, leadership, going back to leadership. How might we study leadership with reference to genuinely valid African theories? I try to do that in some of the work that I have done, what I mentioned earlier, as you remember. And I think that's a really important challenge for all of us who are working in this area. And sorry, I'm just trying to organize something here. How does management education foster effective leadership through partnerships with industry? Again, this is a point that was raised by a number of people. Partnerships. We are very keen here in the UK on partnerships because we recognize that that's the way to move forward. You can't work on your own. You cannot be an island unto yourself. We have to contribute to each other. But it's the partnerships with industry as well. We have people coming from industry to speak to our students. We have opportunities for our students to go and spend time at businesses, not just domestically, but also abroad. And in fact, I would very much welcome the opportunity to discuss with you at KCA how our students can engage with each other. 2 months ago, I was in Japan. I visited Nagoya. There's a very fascinating university that's created this whole new way of management education. And the reason I went to Japan was because I wanted to revisit the businesses that supported my master's dissertation that many, many years ago. And I wanted to see what's new that's been happening in Japan in the last 30 years or so. In some ways, I was disappointed because I found Japan had stagnated. There were no really great ideas coming from Japan, unfortunately, but they were wonderful people. They're still very innovative and they're very keen on partnerships. And a final thought, how might we construct appropriate cultures for the Africans, for the employees, the entrepreneurs, for businesses and economies, that should be economies, to thrive? So let me go back to the point that I raised about what motivates you, what inspires you. Without Googling up, I want you to listen to these words and tell me where you think these words have come from. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was a season of light. It was a season of darkness. It was a spring of hope. It was a winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. And it goes on. You can put your answers in the chat. But I think what really fascinates me is the idea that the author, writing more than 100 years ago, captured what is so quintessential to Kenya and to Africa today. It is as though he was writing about Kenya. He talks about wisdom versus foolishness. He talks about belief versus incredulity, light versus darkness, the paradoxes that we find today. But how can we overcome those? Through leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll end it there, and I'll be very happy to welcome your comments and questions. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Kamoche, for that inspiring talk to us. You have really jolted our mind as to what leadership and talent management should be all about. As we prepare to give some questions to Professor Kamoche, we need to think about what he has told us about industry and university industry linkage. We need to also think about what he has mentioned in terms of Africans coming up with their own theories that should really punctuate our research. And just thinking about educating tomorrow's thought leaders. What should we put in it as scholars so that we come up with pedagogy that is really geared towards making us to come up with thoughtful leaders that are likely to make our learning institutions not just rote learning turning out people looking for employment, but people who are ready to create employment. So let us engage Professor Ken Kamoche with our thoughts and see whether he can clear some cobwebs in what is going on within our minds. Our moderator today is, at this particular time, should be Dr. Michael Njogo. Dr. Njogo, are you around? Dr. Michael Njogo? On behalf of Dr. Nyaribo? Yes, let's engage Professor in question and answer to see how we are going to move forward to make sure that we come up with leadership that is thought-oriented, leadership that is solution-oriented, and not leaders that are looking forward to being employed. I have some comments on the chat here. One, Mr. Elijah Wekesa is asking, true sir, we are doomed if we continue following Mzungu. Let us delink, have our own language, religion, education to move forward. But are we ready? That is the question Mr. Elijah is asking. Are we ready for that? Where do we start from? Peter Kabuka is talking about what is the take of the dean sorry, is this for, yes, what is the deck? This is not for Professor. There's a question.
While you're looking for the question,
yes.
Dr. Okonga, can I just say something about the idea of delinking? I don't know if that was meant for me, but it's an interesting question. I don't think that we are suggesting that we need to reinvent the wheel. I think it would be a very difficult and unrealistic undertaking. We need to build on what we have at the moment. I mean, I'm fully sympathetic to the idea of, and I engage in this research, finding solutions to African problems. And this is why I'm so interested in this idea of indigenous knowledge. We've written about Ubuntu and so forth. But I think we need to learn also from the best, but also by looking at what happens elsewhere. We not only learn from others, but we learn more about ourselves. So I'm sympathetic to the idea that says we can learn so much from Singapore, for example, or we want to be the next Singapore, because I've heard that narrative. But in my view, I think we should be saying, let's look at what they have achieved and where they have failed, because that helps us to understand ourselves better. And I think it is through working together that we can actually realize what we want to do, because there are many decisions that are made right across the world which are not necessarily optimal. Kenya or Africa for that matter will have to grow its own economies. But we find ourselves in a position where we are at a disadvantage because of the relations we've established with the partners in the West, for example, and increasingly in Asia. But we can redefine, we can redraft those laws. We can change the narrative by taking possession of the center stage.
Yes, I will invite Jacqueline Miruri to be our rapporteur. Jacqueline, karibu. Yes, as Jacqueline comes on board, we have a hand up by Ignatius Odongo. Please go ahead, Ignatius.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. My name is Dr. Ignatius Odongo from Johannesburg. I would like to comment on some leadership, especially at local government level. I know that within Africa, there are some very well-run municipalities and districts. Have we really documented what are some of the things that they are doing well that we can learn from, so that we use this indigenous knowledge of best practice service delivery to kind of show that we have some of the models that can work in our own context? So I don't know whether, Professor, you have any experience on that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's a very good question. There is excellent work going on across the universities in Africa, both at the organizational but also the public level. Now, the challenge I find is that some of that work does not necessarily make it to the mainstream journals and literature, so it may not necessarily be captured. And this is why it's so important that we have journals that speak to the African the context. I'm also involved in the African Journal of Management, which Dr. Herman mentioned yesterday. I co-edited a special issue of the China-Africa phenomenon in that particular journal. And if you look at that journal, you should be able to have access to it. It's a journal that tries to capture the voices of researchers on the ground, right? Of course, researchers can be anywhere, but it is one particular journal which is highly recognized, highly, high profile, and gaining traction in the last few years. But within that journal and one or two others, I think you'll find some very good work, some very significant contributions where people have actually spoken to policymakers, managers, executives, but also employees. So I think in terms of if you're searching for literature, that's one very good place to start, Ignatius.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for that answer. Thank you, Dr. Ignatius, for the question. Now, there's a question here, Prof. How do we sustain talent management in workplace in the African continent, and how are universities driving change in Africa and the world? Mm-hmm. How do we sustain talent management in workplace in African continent, and how are universities driving change in Africa and the world?
Yeah, another very good question. I go back to the points that I raised earlier about the meaning of talent. Now, if I look at that definition from the CIPD, which say that talent consists of those individuals who can make a difference to organizational performance, either through the immediate contribution or in the long term. So that's a really important definition because it highlights a number of issues. One of which is that there are individuals who have high potential. So the very first challenge for organizations is to identify who these people are. Where are you going to find them? What are the mechanisms for attracting and retaining them? So you go back to your traditional human resource management practices, which you would be taught in the first year HRM module. But it is not simply about having the most effective selection methods. It is also about challenging those methods and asking ourselves, are they fit for purpose? Are they enabling us to target the best people? Are they enabling us to stand out as an organization? So that goes back to the notion of the brand image of the organization. As an organization, do you think that people actually want to work for you? Or are they approaching you because they have no choice? So I think that also helps the organizations to challenge themselves. What are we doing well? What distinguishes us between us and the competitors? And how can we improve those practices and policies? But it's also very much about, I mentioned policies, so let me dwell on that. Policies, for example, about work-life balance. Now, these are issues that we're finding are very important these days. It became extremely crucial during the pandemic. And there are many people who realize that actually, maybe I have been a slave to the workplace, but by being freed to exercise the flexibility to work from home. Now, that of course comes with its own challenges, but I believe that there was a recognition that people have a difference, they can make a difference if only they're given the space. So we're looking, for example, at ways in which organizations can not only create a space, but they can also empower individuals. They can make sure they have the right training for them. They can create a career trajectory that recognizes that we're dealing with people who are inquisitive, who are questioning, who come to the organization with a critical mind. How are you going to be able to retain those people? So those are the important challenges. But it's also about how these people can work together as teams, effective teams, not just face to face, but also spread out, because technology helps us to come together, right? So those are some of the things that I would say that organizations be looking to do. As to what universities are doing in Africa, I can only give you very broad thoughts. I think it is people who are actually working on the continent who are best placed to speak about the issues that they're facing and how they're dealing with them. But I have been very encouraged by some of the initiatives that I have seen in the universities that I have worked with in Africa, whether it's as a visiting professor for a few days or a day, or it's some of the much more involved work that I have done, like, for example, being involved in supervising and students or delivering seminars and workshops. There's some very fascinating work coming out of the many universities in Kenya in particular, where people recognize and they have looked at their systems and practices. They have looked at the curriculum. Clearly, there's still some work to be done, as we heard from some of the deans who were speaking earlier today. But I think that there has been significant progress. And part of that has been because universities on the African continent are more closely tied to those in the West that have made significant progress. We're learning from each other. We're having exchanges at the faculty level, at the student level. And very importantly, we're having research partnerships. Now, this was never the case in the past, and this has helped to bridge that gap. And I've been very much a part of this, and I welcome opportunities for further collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kamoche. And now, because of time, we want to move on to plenary presentation. And this plenary presentation is about curriculum and graduate transition into the workplace environment, the role of African business schools. Here, the authors are Dr. Caroline Tara, Dr. Ignatius Odongo, Dr. Richmond Okafa. Please feel welcome and take over the next session.
Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure speaking to you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We hope that you'll come back again. We still need you. You have a lot, whole range of knowledge that you can share with us.
Most certainly. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so thank you very much, colleagues, and it's a pleasure to participate in this conference. So the discussion that we are going to have is between myself, Dr. Ignatius Odongo. I'm based in Johannesburg and affiliated with Regenesis Business School and the University of South Africa. Together with me is Dr. Caroline Intara from KCAU University and Mr. Richmond Okafo from Lagos Business School. So we are going to be talking about the topic curriculum and graduate transition into the work environment. What is the role of African business schools? So my first question goes to Dr. Caroline Intara to tell us how can business schools align their curriculum to make their graduates more employable. Dr. Intara, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Odongo. I am happy to be engaging in this discussion on curricula. And I've been listening to presenters before us, and there is so much that we can do to make sure that our curricula actually fits into the marketplace. However, I will not repeat what other presenters have said. I will go straight to what I think we need to discuss more. And when I consider African business schools, and specifically our business programs are the tail end. We teach the coursework, and then we tell our students, okay, now you're going to do a project or a thesis or a dissertation. And we make these dissertations or projects extremely academic to a point where we seem to lose out on academia and industry, the aspect of practical application. And I think what I've seen supervising students in Kenya and some countries in Africa is that we seem to be stuck in modeling and specific ways of conducting research. We have an inability of thinking outside the box, and we just want to do it the way we know needs to be done. In Kenya, for example, and this is a discussion we've been having, saying that we want to see innovation in industry, in our practices, in what it is we are doing. But how can we achieve innovation if we are not willing to accept robust methodologies that can help us in resolving our challenges? When we look at our researchers, and most of you who are lecturers would agree that what we are seeing is what I would say other scholars who have written about the modeling we are doing is a case of significance chasing or data dredging, or I could call it p-hacking. So we are busy forcing relationships that do not exist. We are telling our students, okay, we want you to finish your master's or your PhD or your bachelor's program, and you must do it like this. This is the way we want you to do it. And what I have seen are cases of increase in plagiarism, an ethical practice where you see findings of one document have been put in another document. And so the question I want us to ask ourselves is, are we adding any value? Our researchers are actually weak. Looking at the number of graduations we are having across African universities, our research output should actually be contributing to solving the problems that we have. But the reality is that we have limited contribution to policy. And finally, just adding to what Professor Kamoche was talking about, I interact with journals a lot. And so when you look at the course citation analysis, meaning, what other scholars from around the world are citing in their work, if you look at the course citation analysis of top journals across business disciplines, you actually realize that it seems that Africa is understudied. Why? We probably need to look at the quality of our researchers and develop our own journals also that are credible, that do proper peer review work, where people can actually trust our findings. Scholars can say, this journal is good. We want to believe that the findings that are here can be trusted and they can be used for practical application. And so, because of our curricula, building on what others have said from the beginning, the content in our curricula, moving towards what we are teaching, and then now what research are we bringing out, then it means we have a problem telling our own story. We are not telling it. We want other people to tell it for us, and they will not do a good job in telling it the way we would. And I submit that we need to be very keen in ensuring that we work on our research output, not just our students, but also us as scholars, as researchers in institutions of higher learning. So thank you, Dr. Odongo. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Antara. So, Mr. Okafor, what do you think about this? What's the perspective from Nigeria and across West Africa?
All right, thank you so very much, Dr. Ignatius, and thank you very much for your contribution, Caroline. I think you laid an apt foundation for our conversation. For me, I would say that perhaps the greatest misconception about business education is that it's a scientific discipline. And what's the evidence for this? If you look at how business schools measure themselves, they measure themselves based on perhaps the rigor of scientific research, and they don't pay too much attention to the relevance of the research in the context that they're in, and also to the competence of their graduates. And I think this is precisely what Dr. Caroline said in her concluding thoughts. If you also look at the faculty in most business schools, you'll find that there's a disproportionate amount of faculty in the business school who have little or no business experience whatsoever. And this can be a big issue, you know, because really, if you think about it, business is a profession. Like you would have like medicine or law, for instance. I'm sure you wouldn't find a professor of surgery who's not performed a surgery before. You know, likewise, if you go to the law school, you will find that the law school, they measure their performance based on, pragmatic writing, writing that is relevant to the context, and of course, teaching. So I think really in terms of what we need to do, in terms of the challenge, whilst we find that the fact that the business schools in Africa have grown significantly, but it hasn't reflected in the quality of business here, is that there isn't a fit. It's not built fit for purpose in a sense. So we've got to look at all of these things, from the research to the configuration of faculty to the curriculum and all of those things, really.
No, thank you. I mean, when I supervise students and they want to do quantitative research, I usually ask them to say, after you have established these relationships, then what? What is the relevance? What do these relationships mean in terms of the way business is conducted, or in terms of how we can improve business practices? And I like, Mr. Okafor, your reference to say, how can you teach business management when you've never managed any business? You see, so on what basis are you teaching that? I'm
not saying there's a place for academia, to be honest.
Yes.
But the reality is that business management is a complex and intricate process.
Yes.
You've got to have some measure of hands-on involvement to understand the nuance. You understand? To understand the nuance. And in terms of research, I've been thinking to myself that if you look at the quantum of research, if you take a count, you will find that there's very little of action research going on in business schools. you'll find that they're all building models, statistical frameworks, and all of those things. And these things have no immediate relevance to the huge challenges we have in the African continent. You understand? So I think we've got to address holistically the way we approach business teaching and business education, particularly the African context, because we have unique challenges that require more or less hands-on solutions to these problems.
No, absolutely. I mean, one of the papers that I'm finalizing now is a paper on industry competence, because I think that our graduates coming out of our business schools are lacking this industry competence. And one of the areas, I think some of the previous speakers have said earlier, that business schools are lacking in those partnerships with businesses, because it is through those partnerships that students can be exposed to gaining industry competence, to understand how business is done. So what are some of the recommendations then to assist business schools strengthen the employability of their students? Dr. Antara?
Thank you, Dr. Odongo. I think for me, I would say that we need to become practical. We need to look at ways in which our students can actually benefit more from the curricula that we offer. For example, we need research that is based on solving problems, have industry linkages, send our students to organizations, allow our students to actually do research that solves existing problems in industry and grade them based on that. I remember a few years back, I was working for an organization that was very keen on problem-based learning and project-based learning. So much so that students had to go through a problem-solving initiative by themselves. By the time they were done, the final year of their work, they have gone out, they have done an entire research, and they have presented it to the board, so that when they are actually coming out, they know what is happening. They have an understanding. Ideally, they have transferred the theory that they have learned into practice. And I will insist on this. We need to have robust methodologies, demystify research. Let us not make it complicated, because we have many problems and we need to deal with these problems. I submit, those are my comments, Dr. Odongo.
Thank you. Mr. Kafor, what are your thoughts in terms of how can African business schools improve?
Well, I'd just like to add to, I think Caroline has made what I would consider an appropriate recommendation. You know, we've got to, relevance is important in terms of what we do our research in. It has to be, connect with the challenges that we have with the immediate challenges that we have in the environment for business schools to be really making an impact, okay? But I'd like to also recommend, there's something that we're doing in the Lagos Business School that I think has worked significantly well. Recently, there was the Business Entrepreneurship Program that was a partnership with the Bank of Industry in Nigeria here. And one of the ways in which this was different was that after the students were put through classwork, they were sent to go and do an apprenticeship in an organization that is similar to the area of their business. By the way, you were admitted on the basis of the fact that you were doing a business, that you were currently involved in a particular business. And what we found out was that, we interviewed them prior and after. We found out that the impact was significant in terms of what they had learned and how they had applied a lot of the learning in the class, the work environment. And it totally transformed them. Now, One of the reasons why we label it an apprenticeship rather than an internship, which is the traditional nomenclature of things like this in a school environment, is that we insisted that the people who go to these organizations would engage with the leadership in that organization, okay? So that they can understand decision making, you understand, prioritization, and all of these things that drive business performance. And I assure you, it was, significant. So just to reiterate some of the things that Caroline has talked about, I think we need to look at the curriculum closely. We've got to adapt it to the Nigerian circumstance. A lot of the case study that we do are foreign case studies. We talk about Mr. Smith in Sarasota in Florida. That's a totally different context, completely different. It has no real relevance or resemblance to the environment and challenges we have here. So having to critique and all of those things that we do around foreign case studies are not really helpful in the context of the African business challenge. So we've got to situate our case studies to reflect Nigerian and African issues. And I think we've done this in the Lagos Business School. Over the last couple of years, we are, more or less bringing in a significant amount of local cases. And this has been truly helpful. Then, of course, we've got to look at the way we approach research. I'm an advocate for action research, especially for business people. You've got to, it's not enough going to do some research about some theory or build a conceptual framework. Get your hands dirty, get involved. There's a lot of learning when you do those kind of research, you understand? And the research has got to be relevant to the current context, to the current challenges that we have. So I think these are the things that we really need to do. Then finally, we've got to encourage a partnership with the business sector that is intricate. That also involves faculty bringing in people from the business to come and, take modules and all of that, because they bring in practical perspective. And, I think that these are the things that truly need to happen for us to find, all the results that we yearn for from our numerous business schools in Africa.
No, thank you very much. I would also add that why don't we send our students to go and document case studies? Instead of them reviewing case studies from Europe, from the US, why don't we send them to document case studies, from our local context? And in those case studies, we would like to then see the partnerships between the students and the business community to address those issues that they have documented in their case studies. So this would be part of the innovation development between our business schools and local communities. Thank you so much, colleagues, and we welcome questions and submissions from the rest of the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This team has done us proud. Let us make them to help us understand more of what curriculum and graduate transition into work environment should be like from the perspective of African business schools.
Was that a question? I couldn't quite hear you very well. I'm so sorry, Dr. Bridget.
No, we are asking participants to ask you to shed more light in areas where they may not have understood or to add on to what you have discussed.
I believe there's a question in the chat group by Professor Renzo. I'm not sure if that's...
Yes, Professor Renson, please go ahead and ask. As we wait for Prof to unmute and give us his view, there's another question here that says African academics have very minimal contacts with each other. Same with the universities who are more competing than collaborating. When will African academics sit and review what we teach and how we adopt what is taught outside?
All right, I'd like to, can I just comment on the fact of the collaboration between African academics? I would have to say that in recent times, this has improved significantly. I know for a fact that the Lagos Business School is collaborating with the university in Kenya. I think it's there's a university in Kenya, and also one in Rwanda, if I'm correct. And I would also add that a lot of African academicians are also collaborating and writing papers. And I can say that because I know quite a few of them who are currently busy on, so I think that in terms of the trajectory, it started to improve significantly. But clearly, more can be done in this regards, especially as we share common problems and common challenges. You know, this is, so I think this is worthwhile.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much to Dr. Caroline Tara, Dr. Ignatius Odongo, and Dr. Richmond Okafa for that good presentation. I'm sure we have got one or two things about how we need to make sure that our curriculum is suited for workplace, and especially so from African Business School perspective. Allow me to move on to the next plenary presentation by Dr. Lucy Wamalwa Simani, Dr. Toli Mare, and Dr. Bafiwi Dasweti, taking on authentic leadership development, trust violation, and spirituality. Over to you, panel members. Dr. Wamalwa, take the lead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Konga. It is really difficult to make a presentation after the eloquent members, and more so after the presentation by one of the gurus in leadership, and that was Dr. Ken. So I'm honored to make my presentation, our presentation in this panel. So this is not my paper, but it is our paper, and contribution is equally made, even though my name is the first one appearing. All members have contributed equally towards this presentation. And I'd like to apologize. This is a paper in development, so it is growing. The one you have is about spirituality, but after discussions, we settled on religiosity, trust violation, and authentic leadership. So what do we know about religion? One of the things we know about religion is in Africa, religion matters so much. It is seen as a key area, and it actually makes a lot of contribution in our day-to-day life. So religion motivates benevolent behavior. It harbors hostility at times, and it impels us to behave in a certain way that we actually see is good. So African Christians or African religion believes that God knows everything, and he's able to see everything that we can do. And with this, it normally regulates just how we behave and how we interact with each other. So we've looked at some of the literatures in religion. For instance, if you look at the Old Testament, it talks about loving your neighbor. But at the same time, it also regulates what is sacred and what we should value and what we should not value specifically. And this is a sensitive area that have actually come up in leadership. So we look at authentic leadership, and as the previous presenter talked about it, authentic leadership is leadership that draws or promotes positive psychological capacities, talks about self-awareness, and taking all perspectives into consideration when you are making these particular decisions as a leader or as a manager. So why authentic leadership? The leadership theories in authentic has gone through 3 conceptual phases. We talk about conceptual heterogeneity, which focus on what is the construct of authentic leadership. And then it goes on to come up with definition based on Walumpa's 2008. However, finally, again, people are scrutinizing just what authentic leadership is all about, and whether leadership should be primarily positive or not. So leadership is an adaptable, context-specific, embedded in a specific environment. That means leadership varies from one context to another context. So understanding why, when, and where a leader develops and contextual factors do play a key role in the development of a leader. And it is important that the business schools get to learn about this. So the other question we ask ourselves is, why religion, in the sense that religion is actually seen to be sacred. It is seen to be very private. However, religion today has become a key issue in the workplace, and so many literature is coming up demanding that managers must be able to handle the concept of religion today. So it is a demanding concept, and it needs to be developed in today's context. So several studies have looked at religion, but religion, as I said earlier, it is a very sensitive topic, and specific research interests have looked at how the invisible facets of religions determine the type of decisions that managers make today, in understanding how employees seek to reconcile or how these particular aspects of our lives as managers or as leaders in today's context are affected by religion itself. So it is a new area, a new concept that is growing very fast, and there is need to look at it. So facing the ambivalence and, of course, the visibility of religion, we actually need to learn more about religion and how does religion regulate authentic leadership or leadership development, considering the context that most of the literature in authentic leadership have not really looked at what drives authentic leadership, even though they've looked at another area of it, but they've not really looked at what are the drivers to authentic leadership. The second concept in our work is about trust. Trust is important, and more specific in African context, trust plays a key role in all business decisions that we do make, whether it is within our work relationship, most of us being developed in a social type of culture, we depend so much on trust. And so trust is a form of social contrast, and it plays a key role or just how leaders behave or how business is carried out today. However, missing in literature about trust is about African literature, and trust is completely underrepresented and nearly non-existent, even though the field has grown and has several scholars looking into it. So it triggers us to understand just how does these two drivers affect the type of leaders that we require today. So why authentic leadership? I'd like to echo what our previous presenter talked about, that Africa presents a complex environment for leaders with limited resources, poverty, and social issues. So leaders face ethical demands and paradoxes requiring high character individuals to navigate this particular challenge. Corruption scandals are some of the things that we face every day. So authentic leadership is crucial for the organization. Coming just after we've come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is need for confidence, hope, and optimism and resilience in form of leadership. So again, authentic leadership plays in a key role when it comes to this. To succeed, authentic leaders must actually possess certain values, and one of it is integrity, fostering self-awareness, and relating to stakeholders. Understanding what authentic leadership is all about and moving away from the Western perspective of what it entails for a leader to be authentic becomes important within our context. So this study contributes to knowledge by examining the interaction between the three variables, and that is religion, trust violation, and authentic leadership. So we define violation as the level of trust after negative salient event or transgression that could be ascribed by a trustee. And we further look at it and we say that a leader's story reflects the degree of self-knowledge, self-concept, and charity. So it also have effect. When someone is affected, that particular ability to be authentic is affected. So infrastructures of trust have an effect on the credibility of a leader, and meet expectations regarding another person's behavior, or when they fail to do this, to fulfill the obligation, normally results in a violation. And such violations will have certain aspect on leaders today. So what propositions do we have? And we actually draw on these beautiful African elephant and we say, okay, religion is two-sided concept that will have an impact on authentic leadership behavior. So literature tells us this, that religion mostly have positive attitudes. So such positive enables someone to tolerate issues. So religion values enhance individuals' understanding of what the job is all about. And with that, we hypothesize that religion functions then will have a positive effect on the development of authentic leaders. However, we look at it on this side, and we look at it in form of trust and violation. On one hand, religions regulates increased perceptions of what violation is, and at times it actually does the negative aspect of it, because that holds on what is right, what is wrong, and someone holds negative effects of this particular aspect. So these are not our own perceptions. We are yet to test this hypothesis, but we hypothesize that religion then will have a negative effect on authentic leadership. However, that is one side of the coin. As I said earlier, it's a two-sided coin. We move on to the next hypothesis, and here we look at it and we say, religion, much as it has negative effect, it enables someone to cope with certain aspect of it. They're actually more forgiving. And with this, then we argue that religion will have a positive effect on religion, on authentic leadership, but we do have to move further. And then we move on again and to look at, when does these concepts just stop to operate? And when does it stop that religion is not either positive or negative? And then we focus more on religion as a social event, and we borrow from the networks theory. And here we start to argue that religion is actually bonding people together. So if it bonds people together, then people who are bonded together, the level of trust is normally high within the in-group, and actually less within the out-group. So what happens if you are in fellowship or you're in religious with someone? That means you are in an in-group within that concept. And if you're outside that group, then you're seen as an out-group within that particular context. So here we say that then trust violation effect is going to have an impact. And this impact will actually vary when an in-group negatively violates your trust, then of course this is going to have a negative effect. And the reason we're looking at authentic leadership as the dependent variable is because authentic leadership talks about trust. It talks not really about trust, but it talks about self-regulation, taking all perspective into consideration and not really having negative opinions about it. So how will this then have an impact of it? The feeling of hurt will normally bring in a negative effect, but this is more hurting if an in-group causes this violation than an out-group causes this particular violation. If I put a hypothesis in simple context, then that is going to have a negative effect. But because we hypothesized earlier on, and we said it is a two-sided effect, then we looked at the out-group, and then we say that, okay, this is going to have a negative impact on it. We move further, and then we test another condition, and this is about economic situations. And here we say that if you have more resources, then you're not likely to be affected by this. This is based on the individual theory and social theory, which clearly says that, okay, if you have more resources, you not really pay so much attention to it. But when you violate someone with less resources, that has a bigger impact than that. And so we draw other hypotheses and we say then this is going to have an impact on just how someone is going to behave, and this is how the leader is going to affect. Again, we move on to context, and we look at culture and African culture, whether it's Ubuntu, Harambe, whatever it is, we can look at it as say it is more of collectivism, and so that also means the social ties are closer together. Again, the concept of in-group, where you violate someone within your group, that particular person is more hurt, and so that is going to have an impact within those particular contexts. So we look at it and we say, okay, those who have been treated better by others tend to be more trusting than those who are actually individuals who are not treated well. And then again, this is about theory. Individuals with lower levels of education, low economic status, minorities, and those who have less are likely to trust each other less likely to trust each other after violations. So it will have bigger negative impact on them than the others. This is a research model. We look at authentic leadership, and the drivers to this, we say we control for education, age, gender, and several other variables, but we'll say that it will be affected by culture, spirituality, and trust. However, the first variables we control for them. Then you look at our methodology. Most of this work is going to be measured using already established scales. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. And thank you so much. This is a research in process. Probably next year we should be able to give you feedback on what we found out in the field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to that team. Very good collaboration. I know that Dr. Malwa is from Kenya. The others are from different other countries. That is quite commendable, because we have actually talked about forming associations or forming some kind of partnerships among business schools. Thank you very much. Is there any question to this work that is ongoing before we move on to the next session? Is there any question, any contribution to this? Well, we wish you the very best. I'm sure that is work that that has a very, very unique sense of originality, bringing in religion in as far as leadership is concerned. We wish you the very best. I want to take the program back to Dr. Bunyasi. Dr. Bunyasi, back to you. Thank you. Dr. Bunyasi. Very well, very well. Go ahead.
And many more others. So dear members, we are now ready for paper presentations, and we are going to go into our breakaway room. Those who are online, the link has been shared so you can see. And for those who are having WhatsApp groups, especially the KCAU family, I think quite a number of the links have been shared there. So for this time, we are going to have the breakaways. We have up to 7 rooms, which we are going to break into, and this is where we are going to have the scholars do their presentations, and we'll be able to interrogate them and engage them on a scholarly basis and at scholarly level. So we have breakaway room 1A, the future of financial services. I'll just get the captions. And this room is going to be moderated by Dr. Michael Njogo, and rapporteur is George Wamai. So those of us who are in that room or who are interested in listening to those presentations, please, the breakaway rooms are on the wall, so you can be able to move and go to 1A. For those of us who want to look at the future of financial services, we have 3 rooms on the future of financial services. So that is the first room. Then we have 1B, moderated by Dr. Patrick Nyatete and rapporteured by James Njama. So again, that is the same. So you look at the presenters, the papers you want to listen to, those are the ones you will go to. Then we have room 2. Again, we have 2 rooms there, 2A and 2B. 2A is about new public management and devolution. The moderator is Dr. Fanis Waswa, rapporteur James Otuto and Martin Waweru. Again, those who are interested in public management and devolution should move to that room. We have 2 of them. The 2B is again the same, new public management and devolution. Moderator of 2B is Dr. Jane Juru and rapporteur Patrick Igai. So again, those of us with an interest in those papers, let's move there. Room 3 is for transformational and ethical leadership. Moderator Dr. Lucy Wamalwa, who has just presented a wonderful paper. Rapporteur Anthony Mlinge, again, that is room 3. So those of us again interested in transformational and ethical leadership, let's move there. Room 4, it's on greening the supply chain and climate change resilience. Moderator is Dr. Ndolo, rapporteur Dr. Rachel Kamau. So again, those who want to listen to those papers, we move to room 4. Room 5, we have Dr. Ezekiel Akwalu as the moderator. And room 5, for those who want to still look at greening and supply chains and climate change resilience, you'll be able to move there. Then we have room 6, change management, organizational development and cultural influences, moderated by one of our own dean, Dr. Owino. He'll be moderating that, and rapporteur, we have Tom Matwetwe, all the way from Western Campus, and Triza Kamanja, again, one of our long-serving accounting lecturers. Then the last room is room 7, international trade, regional integration, and local enterprise. Those again interested in listening to papers in that category, you join room 7. The moderator is Dr. Caroline Tara and rapporteur Moi Meso. So those are the rooms. We have a link that is going to make all of us to leave the webinar and join that WhatsApp group, Zoom. So while we are on the Zoom wall, that is when we are going to go into breakaways. So please, let's move smoothly from the webinar to join the Zoom, so that from the Zoom now we'll be able to break away In case you have any challenge, feel free to contact any one of us. I'm sure all of you know somebody, so contact any one of us so that we can be able to give you a hand. So I hope we are okay with the rooms. We have 1A.
Just a minute. You are off. People are joining.
Okay. That's okay. So I'm off, huh?
Yes, you are off.
Good. I should look for my presentation.
We're about to start talking right now.
About?
In the new meeting.
And
welcome.
Na mimi niko kwa new meeting.
Tell them welcome to the plenary.
Just a minute. So you keep talking until I create all the breakouts.
So you tell me when to talk.
Yes. In a few you can talk.
So members, I hope you are okay joining the main Zoom wall. Anyone with a problem, let us know. So the link was given on the main webinar wall. But again, those of us who have seen the link elsewhere, we can be able to join. So let's keep joining. Future of Financial Services, 1A. We will be joining 1A. Once we are there, you will see the breakaway rooms. Room 1B, we have Dr. Nyatete there, who will be waiting for you. Room 2A, you will find Dr. Fanny Swaswa, who will be waiting for you. Room 2B, Dr. Jane Njuru, our chair of this Sobarc 3, who has done a wonderful job. She will be waiting for you there.
Yes.
I hope I'm off. Oh. Yangu ilienda wapi?
Oh, it was you.
No,
Join the breakout.
we are contacting them.
Tell the people they join
Yeah,
the breakout.
Dr. Nitala is doing that. Send it to all those who need papers. And if you know some, just say there.
Tell people to choose breakout rooms now.
You're presenting a paper, is it?
Yes. I want to finish fast.
For now, just say breakout room 1 is this, and that. You cannot present now. You cannot leave now. Your length leave has not yet done.
Sasa basi tuambie nani na mtu mwingine apresent. I hope we are breaking away in our rooms. The breakaway rooms are ready now. So let's make sure we get into the right room. 1A, the future of financial services. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So the members, I hope you are finding it easy to join the breakaway rooms. So for the breakaway rooms, you'll not see the 1A, the 1B. You'll just see room 1, room 2, up to 9. So room 1 is moderated by Dr. Michael Njogo, Future of Financial Services. Room 2 by Dr. Nyatete, again, Future of Financial Services. Room 3, New Public Management and Devolution. Those who want to listen to those papers, you go to room 3. And room 4, that is moderated by Dr. Jane Njuru. Then room 5, Transformational and Ethical Leadership. Room 5, you go there, moderated by Dr. Lucy and rapporteured by Anthony Mlinge. Room 6, Greening the Supply Chain and Climate Change Resilience, moderated by our Director, School of Graduate Studies, Dr. Ndolo, rapporteured by Dr. Rachel Kamau. Room 7, we have Dr. Ezekiel Akwalu, and rapporteured by Stephen Mutiso, again, Greening the Supply Chain and Climate Change Resilience. Room 8, Change Management and Organizational Development and Cultural Influences. And the last room is room 9, International Trade, Regional Integration and Local Enterprise, moderated by Dr. Caroline Ntara and rapporteured by Moi Meso. I hope everyone is able to join the specific rooms. In case of any problem, chat, and we should be able to help.
But I'm posting a PowerPoint slide with Epic. Because there are some people who are still hanging around. Yes.
Like me, I'm supposed to be going somewhere.
Count for them, room 8.
Room 8 is change management, organizational development, and cultural influences. The moderator is our Dean, Dr. Owino, Rapporteur Tom Matwetwe, and Triza Kamanja. I think I'm in that room. Room 9 is international trade, regional integration, and local enterprise. The moderator is Dr. Caroline Tara. Rapporteur is Moi Meso.
Repeat again. Dr. Manzi is saying you repeat again.
Which one? Let me repeat from the beginning, members, dear delegates. I said room 1 is the future of financial services. We have 2 rooms for the future of financial services. That is room 1 and 2. So feel free to join any, but for the presenters, you have to be sure you are joining the panel in which you are supposed to be presenting. Then we have room 2. Again, we have two rooms for new public management and devolution. So we have room 2 and room 3 and room 4. 3 and 4 is new public management and devolution. For presenters, make sure you go to the room where you are scheduled to present. Room 5, transformational and ethical leadership. This is moderated by Dr. Lucy and Anthony Mulinge. So those who are interested in listening to those papers, go there. And those who are presenting, also go there. Room 6, greening the supply chain and climate change resilience. Moderator, Dr. Ndolo. Rapporteur, Dr. Rachel. So that is room 6. Room 7, again, greening the supply chain and climate change. Moderated by Dr. Ezekiel Akwalu, Rapporteur, Stephen Mtiso, and Ibrahim Chebilion. Room 8, change management, organizational development, and cultural influences. Moderator, Dr. Wino, our Dean. Rapporteur, Tom Matwetwe, and Triza Kamanja. And room 9, international trade, regional integration, and local enterprise. Moderator, Dr. Caroline Tara. Rapporteur, Moi Meso. I hope everybody has gotten his room or her room, and we are moving accordingly. Thank you. Let's keep moving.
How do I know 2B?
2B is room 2.
Oh yeah, it is 1, 2, 3. Use that order.
So 2B should be 4.
Yes, that's 4, room 4.
But then highlight it in
Sasa hii kwa nini ananiambia the host has another meeting?
Hi, Dr.
Yes, talk to you.
Hi, yes.
I'm lost. I'm looking for room 2B.
Okay, let me
Room 2B, it is now room 4. Room 4.
Room 4.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Bunyasi.
Yes, Doc.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm looking for room 3.
Room 3, new public management and devolution. Can you see it on the wall?
Dr. Bunyasi.
Yes.
Dr. Waswa and Manzi are in room.
You are in room 3. You are in room 3. Dr. Fanny Swaswa.
There's a different group there.
Hey, they are the ones, Miss.
Let me go to 3.
Yeah, you're supposed to be in 3. New public management and devolution.
Let me join again.
Yes.
I don't know which room I'm supposed to be in.
Tell me the category you are interested in.
I know there's a paper of mine
It's number 4.
Hi, doctor, it seems I'm lost. Where am I supposed to
Dr. Lucy Wamalwa. Dr. Lucy, you are in room 5, in room 5. Join room 5. Transformational and ethical leadership.
I found Chebillion and others there.
Well, Chebillion was supposed to be in room 5.
Yes, and they told me I'm
No, in 7. Chebillion is in room 7.
so,
They have
I don't know why these rooms were not given the exact names as per the program, because we are missing so many people in our room.
Yeah, I think that is where the problem was. I think that is where the problem was. On the program is 2A, and then here we have 1, 2, 3. But just a few minutes.
You know now me, I'm not able even to talk.
Naongelea wapi?
For Esther Kimini to join group.
Mimi unajua hata sijui iko wapi. I think I'll go sit at Dr. Wino's place. Ni present nikitumia screen yake. Because now we are not there.
Audience is in procurement, so I'm completely lost and they've already started presenting.
Oh my God. So, Dr. Lucy, you are supposed to be in room 5. You are saying there is another group there.
Just go ahead. I'm having some
And they're
technical
already
issues here in the
so
studio.
I don't know where my group is.
How do we find them now? Are you having some people hanging there?
Yes, but I'll assign them.
Sorry?
How will you know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just go ahead. Okay, thanks.
Like Dr. Lucy is looking for his flock. How does she go?
Tony.
We don't have the ring now.
Tony, can I move away?
Oh, you don't have the link?
With my car, okay.
Some don't have links. Please give them.
The fact that you...
The breakaway room link. I don't know. Or which link?
When we went there, we got it's a different room. Like now it was 2. We find I'm supposed to be in 4 now. When I
Get my
but I don't find it very easy.
How do we help those who are lost in other
We
rooms?
just throw them in rooms, and then if that's not their room, then exit.
Just exit and go to so like huyo tumpeleke wapi?
Wewe nani anaongea ni Russian?
Ebu akwambie muulize hapo. Just say your name so that you can be assisted.
Give us ring room 4.
For new public management. That is Dr. Gidhira.
Room gani officially? Room 4 officially?
Yes. But now maybe there are people there. So we have 3 and 4. So
Patrick?
they're asking for 4. For Dr. Jane Juru. Whoever is asking.
I'm asking for international trade.
Oh. International trade is room number 9.
Who is that?
Who is that name, please?
Michael Msini.
Mrushe uko 9.
After me, Ruth 8, Dr. B, Mary. 8, Dr. B, Mary.
I request a link group 991.
991.
Yes, Okonga.
Anyone else?
Dr. Bunyasi?
Yes, this is Dr. Mwanzia.
Then you have the link.
Dr. Mwanzia?
Let me send you.
Dr. Mwanzia? Is that Dr. Mwanzia?
This is Dr. Rachel.
Oh, Rachel. Rachel?
Yes.
8.
The actual room 8.
Yes.
I also need to join the room 8, not 9. Dr. Mary B.
Maybe.
8.
Room 8, not 9.
Dr. Buyansi, I want to join room 4. That is supposed to be room 2B.
That is Dr. Gidhira.
Dr. Peter Kabuka.
Oh, Peter Kabuka.
Yeah, yes.
Room 4.
Dr. Rachel.
Rachel umempeleka?
Good afternoon, Dr. Juru. Where is the link?
Throw me to room 4.
Kwa hizo unaweza wasaidia.
I need to go to room 8.
Oh, Dr. Mwanzia. Dr. Mwanzia wanted 8. Dr. Mary B. Yes. 8. You know what confused was those one A, B, C.
We should have
Can I suggest something?
Yes.
And here? Can I suggest that most people don't know where they're supposed to go?
Lucy, you were where?
Are you using this?
People completely.
Are you using this? I'm at toy. The power.
There's a port there.
Oh, okay.
I saw the
Kuja.
links here, but now we are not able to see them.
Just a mention, there is someone who will send you to the right room.
I've already mentioned I'm supposed
Peter
to
Kabuka. Peter Kabuka, unamwona?
But I'm going to Peter Mutu.
The names, please then say the name and then.
As
Peter Kabuka is correct.
But I'm
Umeandika Mtuku?
My
Peter Kabuka.
Have you downloaded it?
2-4, room 4. Then Lucy. Lucy's room 5, huh?
Absolutely.
Sawa hata kuambia wanarudi sana.
Mary B room 8. Mary B room 8.
No, I move out. I cancel here.
Mimi hata niende pia niko na. Kwanza mimi nilikuwa namba 1 present.
account balances, and the list is long and it is provided in the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act, and I do not want to spend too much time there so they can go to other areas that hopefully will generate a bit of reaction. I think it's worth mentioning also that Kenya is actually the first country to comprehensively legislate on issues of unclaimed assets. We have Zambia, who had tried to do that in as part of the banking law, but a comprehensive legislation that deals with unclaimed financial assets can only be found in Kenya, in the region. So to that extent, then Kenya is doing pretty well. So why did I need to research in this? A reading of the Auditor General's report, as of June 30th of 2021, the authority had received remittances worth 20.3 billion shillings. However, as of the same period of time, the authority had only processed 17,469 claims, and that had an estimated monetary value of 1.2 billion. Out of those claims, the authority has only been able to successfully reunify 10,199 claims, which is estimated at 729 million shillings. And of course, they reunified 15.8 million units of shares. Essentially, this translates to a reunification rate of only 3.58%. And really, it is an indictment on a statutory body whose main purpose is not just to collect and claim financial assets from holders, who unfortunately previously used to record them as assets in their statements of accounts, but to actually rather reunify them. So this is an indictment and truly a failure by the authority in the performance of their mandate of reunification. So the study I'm currently undertaking seeks to determine what is the effect of the process of reunification on the reunification success rate in Kenya. Specifically, I'm looking to find out, to establish the effect of the process of reunification of unclaimed financial assets on the reunification success rate in Kenya. I'm also trying to examine the effect of the search for unclaimed assets on the success rate for reunification in Kenya. I'm also examining the effect of claim filing on the reunification success rate in Kenya. And finally, I'm seeking to establish the effect of the collaboration initiative on the success rate of the reunification of unclaimed assets in Kenya. The methodology that I'm employing in this research is one of exploratory case study that is designed to explore and understand complex real-life issues as espoused by Yin in 2016. So my study resembled a phenomenological inquiry, and it seeks to explore real subjective experiences by people who have tried to be reunified with their own assets. However, it is more robust, as I believe our speakers earlier today in the larger conference have empowered and really encouraged us to be, because it had some elements of qualitative research, such as biodata analysis. So what am I finding so far in my research is that there is definitely a correlation between the process of
recording in progress.
I'm finding that there is certainly a correlation between the process of reunification of unclaimed financial assets with its success rate. And this is demonstrated by the level of awareness of the existence of unclaimed financial assets and the process potential beneficiaries should follow to reclaim them. As you all know, in Kenya, you must use a USSD code to even find out whether you have unclaimed financial assets in the system. That means you, number one, need to have a smartphone. Number two, you need to have airtime, and you need to have access to network, really. The other thing that I have found in form of correlation is that the search process in itself affects the reunification success rate. Number three,
Elizabeth?
Yes?
Hope you've seen something on the chat from the, you've seen it?
I have.
Thank you.
The process also affects the reunification rates of unclaimed financial assets. And finally, that the intention of the unclaimed financial assets program also affects the success rate. So really, we have to interrogate what the intention was. Collaborative initiatives are really key to the unification of unclaimed financial assets. This is something I'm definitely finding and will certainly be one of my recommendations. So in conclusion, my research is really highlighting the critical need for the interrogation as to why Kenya is unable to attain the unification rates of other jurisdictions, which I have done a comparative study of in my research, and for the need to pursue a revision of the process with a view to enhancing data unification. I thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think that was the icing of the cake, because it's a good proposal. It's something that is current, it's relevant, it's a contemporary, and it's something that maybe most of us would like to get to know, the findings, especially why is there this very, very minimal rate of reunification, yet the amount of unclaimed assets is huge, but only 3-point-something% has been reunified with the rightful owners, meaning that there is a lot of work that needs to be done. So I think that is an interesting study. And you've introduced a bit of law there about S-cheats. I believe you're also in the law profession, or you are?
Yes, I am. That's also part of my background. It is.
Oh, thank you for that. Do you have any question for Elizabeth, members, before we break? Because the breakout room is going to be closed very soon, so that we rejoin the main team for the closing remarks. As you can see, we are being told the time is up, just on time, just after Elizabeth had concluded, and it would have remained unfinished business.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, our distinguished participants, scholars and practitioners. We are so glad that you are with us up to this hour. We don't take your time for granted. We are so happy. We appreciate your time. And more importantly, we really appreciate the participation that you have really put into this Sobarc 3. Now we are just about to get to the climax of Sobarc 3. So I'm waiting for members to keep coming back from the breakout rooms. Let's all get into the plenary and we get to the climax of Sobarc. Again, thank you so much, everyone who has participated, all the attendees from around the world. This has been a conference, an international conference attended by so many people from around the world, and we really do appreciate. I'm still waiting for more members to all come back to the plenary so that we can get to the climax of this conference. All right, now at this juncture, I request everyone to open their videos so that we can wave at each other, that we can take a selfie, maybe a group photo, or whatever we'd want to do. Please open your cameras and let's wave. Hi there. Hi. Make sure you take a screenshot. Hi.
Hi.
It's nice to see you all, guys. And now we are going to take our commitment to Sobarc 3. I'm sure all of us, we have different lessons that we've taken from this conference, but we'll make a commitment. You know, when you verbalize, when you talk about something, when you say something and you mean it from your heart, it sticks, right? And so my commitment from Sobarc 3, having participated in Sobarc 3 for the last 2 days, I hereby commit to set the example by aligning my actions with shared values for social change, to establish strategic and partnerships with others by appealing to shared aspirations. We all are aware of this saying that if you want to walk fast, please walk alone. But if you want to go far, walk with others. To search for opportunities and leverage strength-based leadership by seeking innovative ways to change, grow, and transform. And we are guided by the wise words from Mahatma Gandhi. He said, "Be the change that you want to see in the world." I think those are good aspirations that we take from this and commitment, and we hope that all of us will take them to heart to make sure that we commit to what we've learned throughout these 2 days, great days, that we have had renowned scholars from around the world, practitioners, and policymakers come together for this very robust discourse. So as a chair of Sobarc 3, I want to just wish everybody well and thank you all for participation. And God willing, we do this again next time. Thank you all. Now it's my great pleasure to invite our Dean so that he can invite our DVC for the closing remarks. Thanks, everyone. Tony.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be requesting for a minute or two as we handle some technicality. Then we come back, just 2 minutes.
My name is Professor Joshua Kisemba Bagakas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs at KCAU University. I wish to welcome everyone to the third School of Business Annual Research Conference being held here at KCAU University. The theme of the conference is Everything Rises and Falls: Innovation, Transformation, and Sustainability. This conference brings together scholars, industry players, policymakers, and the students to interrogate the issues around sustainability, research, and the value it adds to the society. We are really looking forward to this conference. KCAU University remains committed to supporting this dialogue, the dialogue which brings together scholars, industry practitioners, policymakers, and even politicians to come together and interrogate these issues in a manner that will now create employment opportunities in our society. I therefore wanted to welcome all to participate in this conference, which is coming up soon. You are all welcome, and thanks very much for participating in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being patient, and I won't take any more of your time. We want to appreciate each delegate for the role played in actualizing Sobarc 3. The time has come for us to bring this particular conference to an end, and we have in our midst the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs at KCAU University, this Professor Joshua Kisemba Bagakas. And because of time, I won't really go into his resume, but I'll encourage us to take time and Google Professor Bagaka. But if I was just to mention, he has a very long resume. His publications are over 40. And some other times when I look at it, I admire this resume. So with those few remarks, allow me to bring to this conference, Professor Joshua Bagaka. Welcome, Professor.
Well, thanks very much, Dr. Wino, the organizers of the third Sobarc, the participants. Good evening, and thanks for conducting a very, very successful conference. You know, we began yesterday, and I'm just making 3 observations which I can see from the third Sobarc. The first one is that this is the third, but there is an indication of continuous improvement. In fact, this particular conference seems to have attracted a wide range of participants from across the world. So geographically, it was quite diverse. But in terms of the backgrounds, I could also see a diversity in terms of academics, practitioners, policymakers. And I think with that kind of diversity, it brings a lot of richness to the discussion, and I'm sure we have really benefited from that. So that's one thing I saw, and I think it was a major improvement. The second one, this is Sobarc, sponsored by the School of Business. But it also had some diversity in terms of the interdisciplinary nature of the presentations, and which made sense because the theme of the conference was about leadership. and so bringing in other leadership in other areas, I think it was an important aspect. You know, the third thing about this conference is the choice of the theme. In fact, I've been thinking about that. Everything rises and falls on leadership. You know, when you think about that, it's like there are several things which come out. It's like without leadership or without proper leadership, everything falls. With the proper leadership, everything rises. And I think that is really underlining the fact that the leadership is critical in a lot of things we do. In fact, I really look forward to seeing some of the detailed papers which will be drawn from this conference, whether the papers are going to come through conference proceedings, whether we'll catch them through the journal where they will be published. I think it's going to help us understand the significance of leadership. And in this case, leadership in academia, leadership in the government, leadership in the industry. And I think it is going to be very, very helpful because it seems to me, and even when you look around the world, you find that what is lacking, particularly in our region and in Africa, what is lacking is leadership. And I think that is one of the things we really needed to start thinking about. And so I commend you for choosing such a theme. And I think the papers which will come out of that are going to be very, very significant. In fact, if there was a journal, I could say that it could have looked at a special issue, looking at these kinds of research, focusing on the significance of leadership in various sectors. So I think this is really good. And once again, I know you have had a long day and a long week. But once again, I wish to congratulate you for such a successful third Sobarc, and I want to wish you many more fourth and the fifth with that continuous assessment. With those few remarks, I want now to declare this conference officially concluded. Thank you very much. So back to you, Dr. Wino.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gladys. I was holding on to be unmuted. The video is still mute. I'm not sure how to go about it. So, do I wait for the video to be unmuted? I can't hear you, Dr. Ali. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. You can hear me? All right, fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Of course, I'd like to recognize the presence of the DVC, Academics and Student Affairs at KCAU University, the Dean School of Business, and other deans present, as well as all the other delegates present. And I would like to say that it's quite a great honor that I stand before this team, and the fact that I've been entrusted with the privilege of delivering the vote of thanks. It's not that it comes all the time. The fact that I've been seen capable of doing so, I don't take it. I mean fit, having to make my crossing and passing the vote of thanks at Sobarc 3 conference, whose theme is Everything Arises and falls on leadership, innovation, transformation, and sustainability. As we draw the curtains on this inspiring Sobarc 3 conference with the theme, Everything Rises and Falls on Leadership, Innovation, Transformation, and Sustainability, I stand here filled with gratitude and heart brimming with appreciation. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to each and every one of you. Our journey through these enlightening 2 days has been nothing short of remarkable. We witnessed passionate discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and invaluable insights shared by distinguished speakers and experts from various fields of leadership, innovation, transformation, and sustainability. We are immensely grateful to our esteemed speakers. Just to mention a few: Professor Dofo, our own Professor Mushiri, Max Mead, Professor Dakota, Dr. Intara, Dr. Wamalwa, Professor Kamoshe, Okofo, and all the others who generously shared their knowledge, experiences, and expertise, enlightening us with innovative ideas and strategies that will undoubtedly pave the way for a more sustainable and progressive future. A special mention goes to the students who presented their innovative projects and research findings, and we commend your passion and dedication to making a difference. Your thought-provoking presentations inspired us all and reinforced the belief that the future is in capable hands. And to the faculty members who shared their expertise and knowledge, thank you for being guiding beacons of wisdom for our students and colleagues alike. Your commitment to fostering leadership, transformation, and sustainability is commendable, and your insights have left a lasting impact on all of us. A conference of this scale would not have been possible without the relentless dedication and effort of our organizing committee and volunteers, of course, led by our Dean, School of Business, Dean Owino, supported by the likes of CPA Juguna, Dr. Njuru, Ntana, just to mention a few. Their meticulous planning and unwavering commitment ensured that every aspect of this event was executed seamlessly, leaving all attendees enriched with newfound wisdom. I want to take a moment to recognize and extend our heartfelt thanks to the unsung heroes of this conference, that is the dedicated and talented members of the technical bench. Throughout this event, we have experienced the seamless execution of this virtual conference, and that is thanks to the tireless effort of our technical team. From the very beginning, they worked diligently behind the scenes, ensuring that the digital infrastructure was set up flawlessly, making sure each speaker and participant could navigate the platform with ease. Our heartfelt appreciation extends to our sponsors and partners, Sobarc, Madison, Ministry of Education, whose support played a pivotal role in making this conference a resounding success. Your contributions have empowered us to deliver an impactful event that will resonate with our attendees for years to come. And last, but certainly not least, we extend our deepest gratitude to all of you, our esteemed participants. Your enthusiasm, engagement, and active participation have been the driving force behind the success of this conference. Your valuable insights and meaningful interactions have ignited a spark that will continue to fuel our journey toward effective leadership, innovation, transformation, and sustainability. As we bring this conference to a close, let us carry the spirit of leadership, innovation, transformation, and sustainability with us. Let us be agents of positive change in our respective fields and endeavors, striving to create a world that flourishes through collective efforts. Once again, thank you all for being an integral part of this momentous event. May we continue to rise and thrive as leaders, innovators, and advocates of transformation and sustainability. Thank you and best wishes to you all.
And from our deans who are talking to us, how they rose up, one of the things that came up, passion for students, proper academics, and proper network. So we need to properly package ourselves. Again, another thing is ability to provide solutions in the changing environment. So we cannot complain about the problems that are there, but we need to provide solutions to the changing environment and to the problems that are prevailing. We need to be resourceful, and a very interesting parting one was from one of the professors, investing in faculty members to do research, retreats, and he mentioned about taking them to 5-star hotels, yeah, and treating them well. So that is a good take home for our dean. I know we are going to learn a lot from this. Another key thing is building networks, especially for funding. We need a lot of funding to do a lot of the things that we need to remain relevant and sustainable. Need for collaborations, especially universities, innovations, practitioners, and interfaculty collaboration. So all these again is what we need to do. Then on ethics, again, a small thing, ethics and morality is key for all leaders, so we cannot ignore the fact that we need to be ethical and morally upright. And what he mentioned, talented people need opportunities to exploit their talents, and as universities, we can be able to support the harnessed talents from our students, and of course be able to support them. So thank you very much. We have quite a lot to take home, and it's my prayer that we are going to be better people to ensure that everything rises and falls on leadership, innovation, and sustainability. And as we part, always remember from Robert Swan that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. I think that is what we are always complaining. The government will do it, the universities will do it. The thing is, let's do it, you and me, we must do it. So thank you very much. As you go back, may God bless you. May we learn anything that has not maybe gone right and make it a lesson for the next conferences, so that we can continuously improve to be the best and continue impacting positively. Thank you very much. At this hour, I want to invite Dr. Spotter. And Dr. Spotter is a senior lecturer at the School of Business. He is our director at our Kitengela campus, and is one of the long-serving accounting lecturers, right from the School of Professional Programs to the School of Business, and now a director at our Kitengela campus. Welcome, Dr. Spotter. Immediately after Dr. Spotter, we'll have the national anthem, and we'll be breaking. So thank you for coming. Thank you for your patience. Thank you everyone who made this a success. Our chair, Dr. Njuru, our dean, all conveners, and everybody, thank you very much. Our dear students, may God bless you and keep making you better people. Thank you. To you, Dr. Spotter.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. First and foremost, my apology that my video is not showing this time round. I don't know why. So I will definitely, I've tried to unmute my video, but it's not working. So I'll mute it so that better to have that passport there instead. Secondly, I will also take this opportunity to recognize our Muslim brothers and sisters who are in the house. As we are going to pray, we are praying one God and thanking God for the opportunity He has given us this far. Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come unto you this evening. We glorify you, Lord, because you're worthy and wonderful, Father, to be worshipped. Thank you, Lord, for the fire you have brought us. Thank you for the blessing, the gift of life you have given us, Father, this far. We started this convention with you, Lord, yesterday, and we have come to the end, Lord, and we thank you, Lord, for everything. Thank you for the planners that you gave them strength and encouragement, Father. Thank you for all the listeners who have participated in this event, Lord. I will not forget all the discussants, all the panelists, Lord. Thank you for the blessings you have given them, the wisdom you gave them, Father, to share with us, Lord. And we pray here that we are not only going to be the listeners, Father, but we are going to be the doers. So that what we have learned, Father, from this conference become a blessing in all Africa and the world, Lord. Thank you because it's going to bless us. We are going to make Africa and the world at large to move to the next level, Lord. Thank you because of what you have done into our lives and the changes you have already done in our thinking system, Lord. I pray for all family members who have been represented here as well. I know as they were planning to participate this, maybe the family events were disturbed here and there, Lord. But I commit them, I commit all the family members, I commit all the planners and their family members unto your able hands, Lord. Bless them and give them wisdom in every moment, in every circumstance, Father, they find themselves in as they act on what we have learned from this conference. As we break out, Lord, we pray for your blessings that bless us as we go and as we become the light to this world. I pray this prayer believing and trusting in Jesus' name. May the grace, May the grace. What happened?